And welcome, everyone. Welcome. We are covering Ricci Davis, Adam Bridge, the Delphi murders, and the crazies. So, welcome on into the Prof Show. I'm glad to see everyone here. Stick around, get your popcorn, and relax. This is going to be a good show tonight. All right. Thanks, everybody, for your patience. We took a little bit getting started because we had a lot to do, a lot of material to prepare for tonight. And so everything's on deck. Looks like everything's good. I'm glad to see everyone. And hey, we're here. All right, we're here. It's Friday night, April 24th, for those of you on the live stream. Now, if you're on the replay, who the hell knows what it is? But we're glad to see you here. Hey, if you're new, leave some comments down below, like and subscribe, do all that YouTube stuff, right? Hit that algorithm for the algorithm lovers out there. Look, there's so much to talk about, and I don't even know where to begin because this has been absolutely crazy here in this Delphi community. And who the fuck ever wants to be here anymore? Uh, these people have made it absolutely intolerable. Um, but let's be real here. You have a case of the murder of two to say like eight uh, little girls in the area. And it's odd that in this instance, you would have a group of 50 to 100 individuals operating online to harass everybody who's expressing independent voices or opinions out here, and trying to run them off. And it's been an absolutely insane roller coaster. And I tell you what, I'm just trying to understand how someone like myself becomes enemy number one out here in the public sphere discussing this case over here in the YouTubes. It makes zero sense, okay? Apparently, I'm the most evil person covering the Delphi murders out here talking about this on YouTube. And no matter who you are, you know, whether you're the bloodluster, guilty, demon loving, witchy poo, methed out locals, or you're the woke libtard, fanatical, clout chasing, uh, virtue signaling, also bloodlusty, gaslighting ass, free Ricky base. No matter who you are, there's just an inordinate amount of hate out here, and I'm trying to figure out how someone like myself becomes public enemy number one. And you know, enduring all of these things causes me to reflect on the reasoning. And I look around and I look at my actions, and because I am a highly self-reflective person, I look at my life and my actions and my words and deeds, and I think, wow, what have I done to engender all of this hate and all of these lies? And it makes no sense. It makes no sense. But you know, in doing so, what's occurred to me recently, uh, after this most recent wave of attacks, I don't know if you guys realize, but you know, it's like this past week and month and couple months has been absolutely insane. And you have all of these people out here, mm, pretending to care about Rick Allen, which is pretty interesting because they don't really mention anything about the egregious constitutional violations that Rick Allen has endured. They don't really criticize all of the states uh, colluding, lying, framing, introduction of artificial or fabricated evidence. And they also don't really discuss all of the exculpatory evidence in this case anymore. Um, it's very interesting. It's very interesting because all I see from these people in the Uniparty is a concerted effort to basically try to destroy the independent voices out here. And let's be clear here. All of this started recently in the aftermath of my revelations of my some of my discussions with Reese Davis. So let's back this up a little bit. So you may remember, if you really think clearly, that in January, February, I began discussing very seriously the Dropbox of Keegan Klein and the Chomos of Central Indiana. And so in January, I really began focusing and pushing on this concept that the Dropbox is the nexus to all these crimes and all of these individuals, and that the Dropbox is an essential part of the cover up of the Delphi murders in particular. And then on February 13th of this year, I decided to release some of the recordings of my conversations with Reese Davis. And immediately, this unified party started a wave of attacks. And this wave of attacks was not just jealousy, which we know a large part of the jealousy or of the attacks were based on jealousy. And we're going to talk about that in a minute when we talk about cunt by cunt. Um, but there was jealousy. Okay. There was, I think, a knee jerk reaction based on the element of surprise because I did not reveal to a single soul for 8 months that I was talking with Ricci and talking with others. Let's be clear here because this is often left out because I never say it. Um, you guys don't know who I've talked to. And I guarantee you, out of all the YouTubers involving themselves in this case, I've talked to more individuals who are important and central to this case than anyone. Okay, with the exception of Jerry Holman and Nick McClellan, I refuse to talk to those type of dudes. Um, but in general, I have talked to more individuals, and I have been talking to more individuals central to this case than anyone else out here. And I don't really say that very often. Um, but you don't know what you don't know. And I think that there are lots of people who don't know wh- what they don't know. And so you don't understand the approach that I'm taking and why I'm taking this approach. In other words, if I can talk to Reese Davis and methodically lay out our conversations patiently over the course of damn near a year, don't you know that there are other things I can be pursuing in the background and in my research that go on for 6 months to a year to 3 years, where you don't know the conversations that are being had. And I've talked to people central to this case, both in the legal sphere, in the investigatory sphere, in the sphere of locals who are involved in all of this, and in the sphere of law enforcement um, who are experts in this particular subject matter for good reason. And so, because of my level of patience with rollout of information, um, I typically let things drip, okay, drop by drop. For instance, as I've been pointing at all of these individuals attempting to control the narrative in social media, I've been indicating that I know a lot about them because I do. And I think that they question my knowledge because I don't reveal that knowledge. But that's okay because it's not uh, incumbent upon me to reveal all that I know. A lot of what I know, I would say 70% of what I know, is for my own edification and to lead me in the right direction, which leads me back to circle back to the fact that when I started focusing on Keegan Klein, Ron Logan, this Dropbox, and Reese Davis's statements, um, there's a particular or there are many particular reasons why I do so. Um, it's not willy nilly. Okay, I'm not out here presenting a bunch of disinformation and misinformation like the aforementioned channel, who's obviously exhibiting a bunch of anger and jealousy at my diligence and at my ability to put things together and methodically lay them out. Anyhow, what I'm saying is that it's just very interesting to me that these supposed free Rick Allen defense adjacent individuals would be so vile, so hateful, and literally working with the guilters, which is insane. But I guess, hey, the enemy of my enemy is my friend, right? So you guys are able to overlook the fact that these motherfuckers uh, are part of the reason that Rick Allen was railroaded and the jury was tainted, and you still love them and work with them as long as they are able to help dox me, dox my friends, abuse us, put our family members out there in the world, and all the way around. So when I use the term uniparty, I don't use it lightly. I don't use this term lightly. I have proof of the uniparty. Okay, there is proof. Just because I haven't shown you, there is proof. Okay, in other words, the cranks work with the troll farm. Hello? How many times do you guys need to know this? How many times does it have to be said? The cranks work with and always have worked with the troll farm, which is insane because what are these cranks doing working with the people who are responsible for Rick being behind bars? Does it make sense? And I'm going to shut down this shit in the chat that I'm seeing right now. Let me say this. I'm sorry, Reese Davis is extremely credible. Extremely credible. And there's a lesson to be learned out there for a lot of you. So a lot of you out here saying that Reese Davis is a liar, is not credible. Well, you're going to be in for a rude awakening. Okay. Reese Davis is not a liar. He is credible. And he's so credible that his information still matters. Okay. And it will continue to still matter legally. So if you have a problem with that, leave. Okay. Like I said, to back it on, circle back around, the reason that I began focusing on the Dropbox was based upon legitimate, concerning information regarding Anthony Schatz, the victims in Delphi, Keegan Klein, and the reason that those girls ended up dead. The reason I chose to platform Reese Davis is because I am absolutely certain that he's credible and telling the truth. And it's interesting out here because I'm pretty sure that the controlled opposition very soon is going to be attempting to discredit any discussion of Ron Logan, Keegan Klein, or Reese Davis because they have to oppose anything that I say. So as I begin to lean more heavily into this direction, I guarantee you they're going to back off of this direction, which is going to put them in a catch-22 situation. But because they have to do the opposite and say the opposite of anything I ever say, I would guarantee that that's going to be what's forthcoming. But then they're going to have to backtrack on that because events will play out and truth will be told and things will see the light of day and become clear to you. Now, I think it's very important to reiterate here that in the course of these discussions with Reese Davis, there is a lot of information that we have withheld from you. Okay? Now, keep in mind, I am the only YouTuber who is working with, has been working with, and is extremely close to the two private investigators who worked for the defense in preparing for trial for Richard Allen. There's no one else out here who has the insight that I have due to these relationships. So you start to put all this together, okay? There are things that we know that we haven't said. There are things that Reese knows that Reese hasn't said. And when you put all of these things together, you get a solution to this problem. As a matter of fact, there are things that we know that Reese doesn't know. There are things that we know that Reese had no way of knowing before we talked to him. And because of our conversations with him, his information proved to be credible because what he was bringing to the table was confirmed in the investigation prior to the trial of Richard Allen and the information that is surfaced subsequently behind the scenes um, among this group. But what you have here is an entire contingent of people coming together to cover up the murders of these kids, right? Because the murders of these kids happens to occur at an intersection of a network of pedophiles, at a network of freaky occult Satanism and white supremacist gang members. And you have the most odd nexus in the world where all of these things come together at a central point, and that's called the Delphi murders and honestly, Evansdale. But the pedophile protectors, the cult protectors, and the gang member protectors are all being protected because this crime involved a lot of CIs, a lot of powerful people, and the connections make it necessary to engage in one of the biggest cover ups you've ever seen in modern times. And I don't know why this is so far out of the realm of possibility because these people will look at someone like Jeffrey Epstein and say, oh, yeah, well, shit like that is possible. Or they'll look at the Memphis Three and say, oh, yeah, well, shit like this kind of is possible. Or they'll look at other crimes and say, well, yeah, shit like this kind of is possible. But when it comes to Delphi, they'll look at it and say, oh, no, it's not possible. It's not possible. It has to be one or the other. Well, I've said before, Reese Davis plus the Franks Memorandum equals the truth about Delphi. And hey, we've suffered some big blows because we have the audacity to come out here and talk about this. Our lives have been threatened. Our families have been threatened. Our identities have been revealed. Our locations, our addresses, our driver's license numbers, our heights, our weights, our eye colors, everything. Because people are afraid of this information. But it's a bad situation. It's a bad situation. And we come out here and try to shine as much light on every single angle as possible because it's truly believed by me that every different perspective gives you a new light upon the situation. But they will continue, whether they be bloodluster guilters or whether they be woke tard cranks. They will continue to try to destroy, discredit, and silence me at all cost. Ask yourself why. Why would that be? Since I revealed this information in January, February, I've been accused of raping my own child. Of course, anyone with any common sense could look around and see that, oh, well, I'm not in jail. Does that make sense? Um, but no, they'll run with that, right? They'll run with that. And they'll run and say, I'm irrelevant. Uh, I'm a little man who is just like Gray Hughes. Although obviously I'm the complete exact opposite of Gray Hughes. Remember, Gray Hughes, the one who actually developed this entire state's narrative for the state and then handed it right to them, and that's what they ran with to frame Rick Allen. Well, somehow you're trying to align me with Gray Hughes? Interesting. But we've covered every single angle on this channel, and if you go back in time, you'll learn that, okay? Whether you wanna see tours of the area, okay, tours of the area, boots on the ground, the crime scene, the creek, Wilson Bridge, drone footage. Uh, we've covered everything, every single damn screenshot that floated around this community for 9 years. You understand that? We've covered every single fucking screenshot, and it's all still up on the channel. But some people out here pretend to be martyrs, like they are the uh, end all and be all with this case, and that they are actually turning over every stone to look for this. And Prof is a bad guy. Yeah, okay, sure. Been there, done that. Been there, done that. And let's be honest, cunt by cunt, your entire channel, your entire program is really stolen from my content. The way that I was doing things before trial even got underway. Remember, I went through the timeline exhaustively. I went through every single damn screenshot, every single damn rumor, all of this shit. You're no martyr. You're no, you haven't sacrificed immensely for this case. No one gives a shit. Okay. So we're going to stop playing this victim and this virtue signaling because this is serious business. And and we'll be doing some more of that. In other words, I'm saying we'll be going back over because I'm going to prove to you guys what I'm saying right now. I'm going to prove that we've turned over every stone, and we're going to prove that by turning them over all over again. Okay. You might remember I published my interview with Joshua Johnson, uh, discussing all of the interactions with Derek German, Christy Martin, and all the other individuals associated with this case. I produced a recording of the gentleman who's the whistleblower about the train guy. Um, I've interviewed Master Trooper Joe Schwisher multiple times about his thoughts on the case. Uh, I've interviewed Noe Amos, David Noe Ramos, the cellmate, quote unquote, jailmate of Keegan Klein. Um, I've interviewed the investigators, um, everything you could imagine. So this is not a competition to me. Is it? When I'm sitting out here and I'm looking at these attacks, and I see the jealousy, and I see the lies, defamation, slander. I say, you know what? This looks like a competition. These people think that they're in competition with me. That there's some competition here, and I'm looking at it. I'm saying, hold on. Is it the competition for the truth about this Delphi case? Is that why people watch this? They want the truth about this case? Or is this about destroying each other? Remember, a year ago when all of this shit started with these cranks, who came out and told you the truth about that bridge guy video? This is what started it all. These attacks have been ongoing for a year from this defense contingent, right? These cranks. Because in March of last year, they released this bridge guy video, which is faked. It's a fake. It's altered. Something's wrong with it. They released it and tried to do it anonymously. And I stepped forward and I told you the truth. I was the only one who told the truth that the cranks released this. Of course, I suffered 8 months of attacks for it, right? 8 months of straight everyday attacks, which I meticulously went through all of that with you. Called Friday Night Fights. Go watch it. Um, and then they tried to get their claws into Kathy Allen and her family, and they were rejected. And I showed you the evidence of that. right? And what did they do? They went on to lambast Kathy Allen and say that she was not capable of making decisions for her husband, and Prof is an evil guy and the contract should have never gotten out. And I exposed that and told you the truth about that attempt. Then the truth surfaced that the only reason they wanted that contract was to get their hands on discovery. Where was I wrong? Where did I lie? Where was I abusive? Remember? Then I showed you the Uniparty, how they work with the troll farm and all of the bloodlusters. Matter of fact, cunt by cunt comes from the Chomo. We revealed that to you. In other words, the one trying to free Ashley Garth, who is a blood, a thirsty, cold-blooded killer, comes from the Chomo. Where's the lies? I'm still looking for Prof's lies. I'm not seeing them. Just like I'm not seeing Ricci Davis's lies. Just like I'm not seeing Erica Morse's lies. Okay, I see a whole bunch of lies out in this community, but it ain't coming from me and my circle. And that's something that all of you need to take a long, hard think about. Where are the lies coming from? Anyhow, because of all of this, I thought, you know what? What's important to do right now is we're going to wipe away these distractions. Okay, these distractions, these cranks who are fixated right now on the Prof. Remember, 3 out of 4 of their last live streams have all been about me. If you go over to Twitter and look at these cranks postings, it's 80% fuck Trump, fuck Trump, fuck Trump, fuck Trump. Oh yeah, fuck Prof. So we're going to wipe away all of these distractions because they wanted us to be distracted. Remember, all of this noise was stirred up after February 13th this year. When I released this Ricci Davis recording, that's when all of this noise was drummed up. This entire smear campaign, all of this harassment, all of this drama, all of this noise and distractions, it was all kicked up after February 13th with the Ricci Davis information. So you know what? I said, you know what we're going to do right now? We're going to reiterate that. We're going to go back. We're going to circle back to Ricci Davis because that's actually what caused all of this in the past couple months. So it's time. It's time to focus back on what's important because you know what's not important? All of the lies and slander from the cranks and the troll farm. That's not important. All of the drama and the false accusations and the smearing, not important. What is important is what caused this fucking shit. What do they not want us to be looking at? And you know what it is? It's Ricci Davis in the Dropbox. So anyhow, we're going to take a look at it. Now, before we get into Ricci, I wanted to cover the breaking news this past week because I think a lot of things have slipped by you guys. So I want to pull something up. Let me prepare it quickly. Okay. Here we go. Where is it, Prof? Come on. All right. So what we're going to start with here is the this is from the PCA for this little pervert. Basically we're talking about a relative of the Patties. okay, or of the Libby, Liberty German. So we're going to talk about Adam Bridge. I want you guys to see this, okay? Because I think sometimes things slip by you, and so we're going to take a close look at it. All right, maybe we'll do it this way then. Okay, let me read this for you guys. So it says that on April 15th, 2025. So first wake up call. Does that say April 15th, 2026 or 2025? Okay, April 15th, 2025, a year ago, okay, an entire year ago, Indiana State Police Detective Mike Lorana received information from the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children via cyber tip about possible child exploitation. The National Center for Missing and Exploited Children is an organization that tracks child pornography and tracks when a person downloads, transmits, which means uploads, or views child pornography. It is standard practice for the organization to track when these pictures are viewed, downloaded, or transmitted. That means uploaded. And then to track the location of who is viewing the child pornography. It is standard for them to then report that to the local law enforcement agency in that area to follow up on the tip. The National Center for Missing and Exploited Children processed this complaint on April 17th, 2025. The incident type is apparent child pornography that occurred on April 17th, 2025. The reporting electronic service provider was reported as Microsoft Online Operations with the business address of 1 Microsoft Way, Redmond, Washington. The user and or person being reported as uploading the images. Now, hey guys, first red flag, okay? Listen to the word. Let me get my annoying sound effects. Okay, in other words, Adam Bridge, okay, uploading the images.
Oh my God.
Uploading, you see that? Uploading the images. Was reported as having an internet protocol address of blah, 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 utilizing an open source program called What Is My IP Address? Detective Lorana was able to determine the IP address in question belongs to a user with Brightspeed. Detective Lorana received 35 images from the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children, which shows images of girls from partially dressed to completely nude. One of the images was of a young female laying on a bed nude from the waist down. She has her legs up in the air and was making a peace sign with her two hands. The image shows a male hand underneath her butt. By the looks of her development, she appears to be between 6 and 8 years old. 6 and 8 years old. A second image is of a young girl on the beach who is nude and kneeling in the sand. The image appears to be associated with a website called this. Okay, from the looks of her development, she appears to be between 6 and 8 years old. Here's what I underline. Listen to this. The rest of the images, the 35, are similar to the ones described. In other words, 6 to 8 years old. Okay. The rest of the 35 images, the other 30, what? 3 also are of 6 to 8 year olds. Okay. Now check it out. Even it gets worse. Again, this is on my community page for those of you interested. It's titled Delphi Weird Shit Part 62 if you want to go look at this yourself. Okay. Delphi Weird Shit Part 62. Let's continue. On July 17th, 2025, Indiana State Police Detective Josh Maller, along with Detective Lorana, went to the residence to speak with Dennis Bridge. Dennis advised that he lives at the house with his wife and son, Adam. As Detective Lorano was explaining to Dennis the reason for the visit, his son Adam came outside on his own, stating, "It was me. It was me." Detective Lorana asked Adam what he meant by "it was me," and he stated that it was him that was looking at child pornography on his computer. He explained that he was doing drugs, meth, okay? Meth.
Bruh.
Oh, where have we heard that before? Where have we heard that before in the Delphi murders? He was doing meth a few months ago and was doing stupid things. During the conversation and on his own free will, he told detectives he looked at pictures online of nude boys and girls who were between the ages of 16 and 17. I think he added 10 years to their ages. Okay, he added 10 years to their ages. Okay, they were 6 to 8 years old. After speaking with him about his internet activity, Detective Lorana asked him for consent to search his computer, which he gave consent. So he's not going to be able to claim illegal search. He gave consent to search the computer. Adam proceeded to hand over his computer to detectives. Detective Lorana then applied for and received a search warrant from Carroll County Circuit Court to search the computer. The computer was searched by the Indiana State Police Lab. Detective Lorana received a digital forensic report from the ISP lab, which indicated that there were files located that contained child sexual abuse material. Detective Lorana was able to review the report and observed, listen to this, several thousand photographs involving children.
Bruh.
Several thousand photographs involving children, most of which were of children between the ages of, say it, Prof, 5 and 12.
Oh my God.
5 and 12. Several thousand images of 5 to 12 wearing diapers, underwear, or nude. The photos numbered over 2,000. From the forensic download, Detective Lorano was able to tell that Adam started gathering. Now, here's we're going to get into the verbiage that is the most important. He started gathering the images back in December 2019 all the way through July 2025. He would download the photos, save them to his computer, oftentimes on his desktop, in specifically named files, and then would modify them as well, modifying them. He would then keep the photos, alter them, and manage them. Look at that word, manage them, using his laptop computer. He specifically had folders on his computer, right, labeled Diaper Boys, Tot Love Cutie 3 to 4 year old, Tot Love Cutie 5 to 6 year old. These are the names of his folders on his computer. Lego 10 Boy and Tot Love, all containing child pornography that he had collected over the years. Among the photos that Detective Lorana located, there were 53 photos that Adam saved, modified, and managed. Each photo was modified in some way and then put into a folder and managed in some way. There were an additional 26 photos of child pornography that were found on his computer. In total, there were 79 images that were child pornography of children under 12 years of age that were either used as child pornography or that Adam managed. Okay, so like I said, you take this, all of this verbiage here, which is modified, right? Managed, organized into folders with these specific names, okay? And then you back that up and remember the word that I pointed out to you, uploaded, okay? Uploaded. Uploaded. So what does that sound like to you? Just a question, before we move forward. What does that sound like to you? Does that sound like an operation, or does that sound like someone who's just viewing for his own viewing pleasure? Because you know what it sounds like to me? It sounds like a production operation. So he's not just collecting this stuff and going hide it off somewhere on his computer for his own enjoyment, right? Sounds like what he's doing, he's gathering remember the word in the report that I just read? Gathering. He was gathering. He's gathering. He's modifying. He's managing. He's organizing into folders and uploading. He's uploading. Sound familiar? Does that sound familiar? Remember, this is a guy that is related to the family in Delphi. He was working with children in the community. He was deeply involved in the Abby Libby stuff. I have a question. Did he know Keegan Kline? Did this guy know Keegan Kline? Well, then some internet sleuths brought this to our attention from 4chan, from the archive, right? Check this out. You have a tip here from Friday the 5th of November. Friday the 5th of November, 2021. You have a tip here about Bridge Guy. In 2021, now think about this. When was Rick Allen arrested? Okay, sorry about that. I had to get some water, but this is a tip regarding Bridge Guy. Okay? His name is Adam Bridge. I went to high school with him. This is November 2021. His name is Adam Bridge. I went to high school with him. I knew I recognized Bridge Guy. What's even crazier is it's Liberty's mom's little brother. Eric Williams and Joseph Bridge Adams' older brother are covering some things for him. Hopefully, this is the tip they need. Eric Williams and Joseph Bridge. Does that sound familiar to you? Let me see if I can grab something real quick. You guys just surely will know this. I meant to post this on the community page and I just didn't. Okay, I didn't. Check this out. You guys know this image. Remember this image? You guys remember this? Eric Williams and Joseph Bridge. Chris Bridge says, Jess Talley, this is my son, Joseph, Libby's uncle, and his friend Eric out there searching. You guys remember this? This photo right here? I have a much better copy of this photo, but I wanted to show you the photo with the screenshot right here. You know, doesn't it seem familiar? You've seen this a million times. Eric Williams and Joseph. This is Adam's brother with Eric Williams out there. They were there on the 13th, by the way. Have all of you guys forgotten that they were out there on the 13th in Delphi? Eric Williams and Joseph Bridge. This is my son, Joseph, Libby's uncle, and his friend Eric, right? Eric Williams and Joseph Bridge, Adam's older brother, are covering some things for him. This is the tip. I mean, bruh. Okay? So that's some meat. That's some meat for you. That's some meat for you. I got a little more. Liberty Lawns. Hello, my name is Adam Bridge. I have started Liberty Lawn Care, okay, to provide basic lawn care to the people of Flora, Indiana. Okay? Then there's this from Reddit talking about my original search, in which I saw a live stream about a guy out there who had witnessed a murder, was for Liberty Tax Service. Okay? Liberty Tax Service. And here's the story where this person, you two kill me, says, I stumbled across this live feed after the girls were found, but not identified. It was a person saying they were there when the girls were attacked. He said he didn't do anything to stop it because he was a kid too, and he was afraid the same thing would happen to him. He was not from Delphi. The killer had picked him up, and they drove at least an hour before arriving at a huge farm. That's Ron Logan's. Ron Logan's is a huge farm. He did not know where he was, but said he needed to get out of there because the bodies were found and the place was going to be crawling with cops. He said the person who did this would never be caught because no one would think he was capable, but he is. Said the guy would be hiding in plain sight. Oh, there's that phrase again. I have not been able to find the thread again. It has been deleted. I contacted the investigators and FBI early on and told them what I found. No one has contacted me or ever brought it up again. Okay. And then he says, I saw a conversation between three people on February 15th. The kid was saying she was there when the girls were attacked. Okay. Didn't make sense. Why would a killer bring someone who could be a witness, commit a murder, and just let them go? Sounded crazy, like a hoax or something. But I've always felt that it was important. 5 years ago, there was a woman in one of the Delphi groups who made some comments. That's Tina Rodell. Okay. This is referencing Tina Rodell. There was a woman, Tina Rodell, in one of the Delphi groups who made some comments about some men and her daughter, Megan Allen. So I called her recently to get the story. Her story could explain the conversation I found, and it makes more sense. Look up Tina Bogard Rodell, Kokomo Crew. Okay. Then I posted this here, Liberty Landfill. Okay. Holder's alibi was not scrutinized, and evidence supports Holder recruited mentally infirm Elvis Fields to assist in the abduction and murders while Holder tried to stand behind a shady alibi. He worked at Liberty Landfill. Okay. And I put in here Liberty Landfill, Liberty Lawn Care, Liberty Tax Service, Liberty German. What kind of occult dog whistling is going on here? Anyhow, y'all, briefly wanted to cover that. That's Adam Bridge, Joseph Bridge, Liberty German, right? Eric Williams. Hey, I want to thank MJ Lewis 1964. Thank you for the super chat, MJ Lewis 1964. All right. So take it for what it's worth. It's there on a community page for your perusal. Okay. Now I want to move on to Ricci Davis, and apologize. It's taken nearly an hour to get into the meat of the program, but now we're going to revisit Ricci Davis, and we're going to do so by reviewing my recorded conversation with Ricci, and I want to focus tonight not only on the things that he says, but all of the receipts that I posted to accompany the video, because I think when I created this video and released it, I think a lot of people overlooked all of the visuals that I added, all of the receipts that I added to my recordings of my conversations with Ricci. So we're going to look at that now, and we're going to stop it from time to time to talk about what's on the screen as well as what he's saying. So please enjoy. Also, let me just stop for a minute. Before we get started, I want to say shout out Joe Lewis. Shout out Joe Lewis. Joe Lewis is one of the last remaining heroes in this case. Okay. I want to send my regards and honor Joe Lewis. He's been run off of this platform as well because this is their objective to run people off. But shout out Joe Lewis, little Joe Lewis. You're a hero to many people, including myself, brother. And God bless Joe. We love you. We miss you. And I just want to take the moment to thank you, Joe, for the inspiration that you are. And I want to hear more from you, Joe. But I'm going to let this play now. And I just wanted to stop before we even get into it and I forget. Joe Lewis, respect, man. All right. Okay, so we're talking with Ricci Davis today. We're lucky enough to have him on the line, and I want to introduce him to everybody. Uh, Hello, Ricci. How you doing?
Yeah, I'm doing just fine. How are you doing?
All right, good to talk to you.
Okay, same here.
Um, yeah, so I just wanted to open the floor up for you to talk to the audience today, and I know that you and I have talked, and there's a lot of things to talk about. So I guess I'll
Yes,
try to get the ball rolling with Ron Logan and let you kind of tell us a little bit about your life and Ron Logan and meeting him and all the things that unfolded way back then. So once again, thanks for being
sure.
here, and it's very
You're
good
welcome.
to have you to talk to everybody.
Okay, for sure, same here. Yeah. Okay, so I guess I'll probably more likely start out. Okay, well, in fact, I'm going to start out with probably how I met Ron Logan. This is in 2017 here at where I'm at currently over at Newcastle Correctional Facility uh, in Indiana. Okay, so like I said, I met him in 2017. It was probably approximately I don't know, I'd say 2 months after the Delphi murders of Libby and Abby. Okay, okay. Uh, so happened pretty much that Ron ended up in the same unit, as me, becoming my neighbor to a adjacent cell in the dorm that I was in. Uh, let's see here on the first day, I was I really wasn't sure who he was. You know, I guess it was noticeable that he was walking around nervous, a little bit quiet, which is typical for people in the new prison environment. Um, the morning after that he got here, I was sitting there on the kiosk. I was typing a letter to the family, and Ron Logan walked up. Seemingly, he was polite, you know, and he asked, if maybe I could help him set up his kiosk account and his PIN number on the account so he could order commissary coffee and write his family and check his money and things of that nature. And so typical for you know new people that get here that really don't have anything. I kind of gave them a care package. With you know coffee and stuff. I mean, it takes a couple of weeks to be able to get your food and stuff. So But he seemed pretty grateful, that I gave him some items and stuff to help him out. Okay, stuff like that. So, give or take, it was probably a couple of days later. I was working on some law work, and Logan sat in front of me at the table in the day room. Uh, he told me that someone informed him that, I was a law clerk here at the facility, well, in the dorm in particular. Okay, and, asked if I had a few minutes and maybe talk with him. I said sure, that was fine. Informed him I was, and, so, oddly, his first words is, do you know who I am, and it kind of threw me off. I told him I didn't think so, really. He stated, talking really low in a real low voice, he informed me that he's been all over the news regarding the Delphi murders and explained that the girls were found on this property. And to be truthful, I was kind of shocked, but I stayed calm, wondering what he was going to say in a way. Okay, he began to tell me his lawyer told him at first not to talk to anyone about the case while he was in here. However, Logan stated that he had questions, that he was really hoping to get answered. And he mainly had questions about, he was asking me if I knew anything about search warrants and told me about the FBI searching his home and asking, if they could, for example, he asked me, if they could legally come back to his home with on the same search warrant, or so I talked to him about that. He assured him, about that. He went on talking about, how incompetent the FBI was, and complained about the search and the investigation and stuff like that. It's pretty much he stayed stuck on that, Instead of asking questions, he, intended, because he was originally intended to just to ask questions, but I remember we ran out of time, and we had to lock up in our cells, and so he really didn't get into the, any hardcore questions he had. It was just mainly about the search warrant stuff. But when I went to my cell, through the night, I was laying in my bed and I was thinking, pretty much how bizarre it was that instead of, Logan being grateful his, name was close to being cleared. Instead, he was angry about, the case and being in the FBI's hands and Carroll County's, instead Carroll County's jurisdiction, pretty much. That he really was hoping that it would just get in their jurisdiction and not the FBI's. And I just thought it was pretty bizarre, with the conversation, altogether, I was feeling like something wasn't really adding up with him, but, I really wasn't sure, kind of screwed this up a little bit. We were sitting outside one morning, we was on like a weight machine outside, and we was talking, drinking coffee, and, remember like yesterday, he said, man, hey, do I have your word that we could talk and that, you keep a secret at all costs. And pretty much I had to just tell him that I would. I knew that I was at that point kind of pilling for information, trying to figure out what was all going on, because it was, it was more than obvious that there was just more to it, at the time. So, he pretty much, he told me that there was, there was parts of the case, he wanted to talk about, but asked me really not to ask any questions, that he just kind of wanted to, that he wasn't really comfortable yet, but he wanted to just, talk about it a little bit, that it was just driving him crazy. And, so he told me that, pretty much that there was just things that got out of hand, and he was drinking the night before, that he had some people over, at his place the night before, partying. He said that was at his he has that graveyard that was near his house. I believe it was on his property, I believe. he was dating, and he said that he bought some alcohol for some people, but he wouldn't let them be at the house. That they would have to stay around the graveyard.
Okay, so let's stop it here. First point. Uh, all the rumors over the years of the party at the graveyard the night before, right? The party at the graveyard, the pig roast, the pig roast. So Ron Logan says, yeah, there's a pig roast. There's a party at the graveyard the night before. Sure, there sure is, or was. Just put that in your notebook.
That night, he said it was probably around about 8:30 or so. That would have been on the 12th. Uh, okay, so he said that
8:30 on the 12th, so that's the evening, the night of the 12th. Check.
he was also expecting a couple individuals to come. Well, he said they were friends, and you know, as he described it, he said there was burner phones involved. You know,
Oh, burner phones. Burner phones involved. Yeah, doesn't that match exactly with the women who were catfishing Keegan? Remember, as Keegan's in jail, right? There's girls, several women over the years had been basically sexting Keegan over the years as he's locked up. They're sexting Keegan, getting info. And some of the info they got was, yeah, Keegan selling burner phones, carrying them around in a backpack. Remember that stuff? All you OGs, do you remember the burner phones Keegan was selling that he revealed to a couple of these girls he was talking to? Yeah, you remember that? Mm-hmm.
with with the people. He didn't yet at that time tell me who it was, but I'll get to that later on. Uh, he was telling me how he had trouble uh, setting up these phones. That there was. Uh, I'm going to pause for a second. I have to kind of explain something for it to make sense for the listeners. Okay,
Okay.
I'm in a protected custody at this time. Okay, it's a kind of a high profile, dorm at the facility is I'm at, and mainly the people are here for the most part. They're either ex-gang affiliates or they're high-profile sex offenders or high-profile murderers and stuff like that. So he was kind of comfortable talking to a few people about, about familiar things to do with sex cases and stuff like that, and I tried not to show him any animosity when he was kind of getting into them type of things. So he was starting to feel after time, he kind of went a little more comfortable talking to me. And I was trying to make him feel, as hard as it was, I was trying to make him feel that, it was okay to talk to me and that I understood and, things like that. And which was working. It was making him, feel more comfortable to talk. He was stressed out.
You have 1 minute remaining.
Yeah, I will call you right back.
I got to tell you, I hate that little announcement every time it comes because you know you talk a lot on that jail phone. It's just repeatedly cutting off.
Okay.
Okay. Okay.
Okay. Hello.
Okay, I'm back. I apologize, man. Okay, I can't spell this. Okay. Well, anyway, I guess I was probably talking about the burner phones, but yeah, there was a phones involved. He didn't want to really list any names about what was going on, but he was telling me that a friend of his had pretty much had some kind of, I don't want to say business, but kind of like to where they were trading off pictures and videos, stuff like that, things of that nature, and that he was telling me that he had a friend that came up to Delphi, pretty much from out of town, that would help him set these burner phones up every. He was saying from anywhere from any from 3 months to 6 months. He was saying then they would switch them out, and I don't understand why or none of that, but That's how he was describing it. Um, but pretty much, see, he was explaining that at first he would not give me names or any information about, you know, who else. I mean, this is, this, this was through time. I was getting more and more information, so it was hard to, when I would talk to in particular people, like we would say later on when I was talking to like Andy Baldwin, stuff like that. I had a little information to give them at the time, and when I talked to to the police, to the detectives and stuff when they came up to the facility, I really had a little bit of information, some information to give to them, but I was still at that time getting information too, right? So it was hard to, so that was that was that. So, you know, um, later on, okay, Ron was stating that pretty much this was after my interviews with the police and everything, but he was stating that pretty much when that he was going to meet up, him and a friend, okay, was going to meet up. When he was speaking of the girls, he was describing that pretty much that there was only one girl that they were planning to meet up with, that they weren't expecting to at the time, and was saying, that it was really ultimately his friend, that.
Okay, let me stop there because your takeaway from that sentence he just said needs to be they expected one and they were surprised they did not expect two, which means one is the victim of targeting and one is a victim of opportunity. Is that so hard to believe? Two things can be true at the same time. One, Libby is the victim of targeting. The other, Abby, is the victim of a crime of opportunity.
That was wanting to meet up with the girls. He was describing pretty much that he got in a situation that he really didn't want to be in. He described it as kind of the situation went too far. He said that he was being blackmailed. Uh,
Okay, so Ron says he's being blackmailed. That's an interesting phrase for Ricci to just come out of thin air with, right? Since he's a liar, right? Hmm. Ron's being blackmailed after the fact. Okay. But let's take a little moment here because this here on the screen, let's read this here on the screen for all of the ones who want to argue about whether this is based or not. Okay. Clearly, this is a defense filing. So let's think about what the lawyers believed. Okay. Let's think about what the lawyers believed was true or not. The lawyers believed that Ricci Davis was in the unique position of having met both Keegan Klein and Ron Logan during their stays at Newcastle Correctional Facility. Ricci Davis talked with Ron Logan about the Delphi murders on multiple occasions over the course of time. Logan confessed to his involvement in the murders along with two other people. During those conversations, Logan provided certain details of the crime that, quote, only the actual killer would know, but never divulged who the other two people involved in the murders were. In or around March 2024, Keegan Klein was placed in the same general area as Ricci Davis, and at some point apparently learned that Ricci Davis had talked to Ron Logan while Logan was incarcerated in Newcastle. Over time, Klein began questioning Ricci Davis as to Ricci's conversations with Ron Logan and whether Logan had ever mentioned Keegan Klein's name during those conversations.
for whatever that, I can't tell you what that means even to this day. I still don't know. Um, so you know when the plan was with Ron, and there was another individual. I don't know what happened to the people at the party, but as he described, he said that they got everybody got drunk and they vandalized the property, the graveyard. They did a lot of vandalism out there, and he said, the next morning after they did that, they all got in an argument, and he made him clean it up.
Okay, another verification of long-standing rumors. Vandalism at the cemetery. Oh, all you OGs out there, let me ask you this. Who's ever heard of that before? Who's ever heard of that before? Because I know some OGs out here that I used to talk to, some residents of Delphi, who used to tell me that cemetery was vandalized at the cemetery party on the 12th into the 13th. How would Ricci know that?
He said that after everybody cleaned everything up, he made him put it in bags. Some people left. I'm not still sure, but they got some bags together, gathered it all up, and that's when pretty much he went to the dump yard. As he described, that's what he was doing, was dumping the trash that was being vandalized at the house, and so he went back to the house after.
And we call that disposal of evidence, Ricci. We call that disposal of evidence. Again, this is another fact that is confirmed in reality that Ron Logan went over and disposed of stuff out of the back of his vehicle. And this is all recorded. There's a recording of that. So this is another check mark for Ricci Davis.
Dumping the garbage off, and okay, so when he got there, his friend that he let continue to be at the house, as he described, he watched over his house while he was gone, and he described that that things got stolen, things like that. He said it was things out of his shed. A firearm got stolen out of his house somehow. He said that his bunch of garden tools. He said a rotiller, that he described for a garden. I mean, don't ask me, but just a bunch of tools and stuff like that came up missing.
All right, and let me stop it there, because look, this is Ron Logan's bullshit. Okay, so Ron Logan very well knows that someone went dispose of all the shit that they used to cover up the evidence of these murders. Okay, Ron Logan very well fucking knows that they went dispose of all this stuff. It wasn't stolen. Okay, so a road tiller. What did they dig up some dirt to bury some shit over at Ron Logan's? So they got a tiller, a firearm. That was one of Ron Logan 40 caliber handguns used? And they had to go dispose of that. So they dispose of the gun, they dispose of the tiller, maybe they would dispose of a shovel, they were dispose of some other shit, some tools of Ron Logan that were used in the commission of the covering of this evidence. Anyone ever think of that? But the story that Ron tells Ricci is, oh yeah, while I was gone at the dump, somebody stole a bunch of my tools and my gun. Don't worry. That shit probably wasn't used in the commission of this crime. It's fine.
And he was pretty mad. He was pretty angry or whatever. And
he's acting pretty angry.
He said when he got back at the house, that's when.
All right, I want you to see this before we move on. I'm going to read this that I have highlighted for you. This says, sorry, I'm trying to get a good look at this. This says, Ricci Davis began to realize that Klein may have been one of the other members of the crew that Logan described as being involved in the murders. Over time, Kagan Klein began to reveal information about the Delphi murders that corroborated details Ron Logan had revealed to Ricci Davis several years earlier. Some details Keegan Klein provided to Ricci Davis are the types of details that could, quote unquote, only be known by someone involved in the killings. These conversations between Ricci and Keegan Klein occurred all the way up to the guilty verdict, at which time Klein expressed relief that he would no longer be a viable suspect in the murders due to Richard Allen's conviction. Not knowing whether Richard Allen could be the third person involved in the murders, Reese Davis asked Kagan Klein whether Mr. Allen was the third person involved in the murders. Klein replied that Richard Allen was not the third person and had nothing to do with the murders. Again, Klein replied that Richard Allen was not the third person involved in the murders and had nothing to do with the murders. Keegan Klein further revealed to Reese Davis that he and Logan knew each other through the sharing of what? Of child
Oh
pornography
my God.
that they shared on what? Burner phones.
Bruh.
And that further, that they, Klein and Logan, would see each other every 3 to 6 months so that Klein could assist Logan with using the burner phones because Logan was inept working with electronic devices.
And he, sat there with a couple friends, and that, which ends up being Keegan Klein. Okay, but I'll get to that later on. But pretty much he said that he was being blackmailed about some things, and the way I was taking it was about the videos and stuff like that. But he had plans to meeting up with one of the girls, which was Libby, and him and the other individual. There's still a unknown person. Okay, which I believe I know who it is through conversations, but
What he says now is it's Tony Klein, okay? He says it's Tony Klein.
can get to that later too. But but they ultimately made a plan that they were going to drive to the front of the earth. They was going to go around, drive to the moat onto the front of the trails. So they did so. Keegan was supposed to pull off the side of the road, he said, and Ron and this other individual, I hate to keep saying it like that, but there's really not a name, that I could, say right out. Because I was never really told a name, I just believe I know who it is, but Keegan pulled off the side of the road. They went to the trail to meet up with Libby. Okay, he said when he pulled off as he was broke down, and that while he was like sitting there off the side of the road, he said a lady pulled up when he was by himself, and he said, she asked if he needed any help or whatnot, and he assured her no, everything was fine. He said,
Also, okay, for the ones in the back who are not very critical thinking or smart, another thing confirmed in Discovery, okay? Okay, this story is true. How would Reese know this? How would he know this? Yeah, I didn't think so.
that his dad was on the way to help him. Okay, so after that happened, he got nervous, and then he decided not to stay right there, and then he go ahead and went on and drove off and went towards Ron's farm, but they're still at the trail, going to, talk and get Libby, and when he got to Ron's house, he contacted him saying, pretty much, what happened with the lady that pulled off the road, and he just got nervous that he was going to walk through the back of the way of the property and meet them up to the, back up to the trail where they were. But however, since they, Ron and this.
Okay, another point. How would Reese know that's possible? That you can, like he says, Keegan is sitting at the trailhead on the side of the road. This woman comes and thinks he's broke down, makes him nervous. So he turns around, he drives back to Ron's house, and he decides he's going to come up the back way through the ravine on up the trail and rendezvous at the trail split. How would he know that?
the other individual. I hate saying it like that, but
Let's continue reading here because it's on the screen here. It says Reese Davis further explained that once Keegan Kline began revealing his role in the murders sometime in the summer and fall of 24, before Allen's October trial, he began sending letters to Nick McClellan, providing many of the details of his conversations with Keegan Kline in 2024 and Ron Logan in 2017. Reese Davis indicated that he believes he sent as many as 8 letters to McClellan's office and presumed that McClellan was sharing the contents of those letters with Richard Allen's defense team. Attorney Baldwin met with Reese Davis on March 27, 2024, and learned very limited information from Reese Davis, who encouraged Baldwin to watch a videotaped interview law enforcement conducted years earlier, and that would have been in 2017 at his supposed so-called polygraph. At their February 12th, 2025 meeting, Reese Davis further admitted that when Attorney Baldwin met with Reese Davis on March 27, 2024, that he didn't provide all the details he knew at the time to Baldwin for 2 reasons. One, he had not yet heard many of the details Kline ultimately provided him, including that Kline was involved in the crime and that he knew Ron Logan. And 2, at the time he met with Attorney Baldwin in 2024, he could not be sure whether Richard Allen was one of the 2 other people that Ron Logan described as being involved in the murders.
since they were went to the bridge, they noticed that there was 2 girls, which was Abby too, and that was not expected. As he made clear that it was only supposed to be one of them, and they were going to take her to the car originally, but then they.
Okay, so in other words, originally, when that car was parked at the trailhead, the plan was to grab Libby and bring her into the car.
Realized that they had to walk to the back of the property and walk up through the woods and all this other stuff towards the property. And so, he said when they approached her, at first they both went to approach her, and both of the girls got nervous, as he described, and he said that they were looking off down the way, kind of. They weren't on the bridge, but looking down the way, and there was like little wild rabbits and stuff like that. And he went to, go, talk to him, make him feel comfortable with it.
Okay, so the allegation here, or the story is that, see, all of this rings so true. The story here is that as they try to go and approach Abby and Libby, the girls get uneasy, get a little nervous, and so does Logan. He gets a little nervous. So as everybody's getting nervous, what they figure they're going to do now is make small talk. And then so he sees some wild rabbits there. And so he decides to make the small talk about the bunny rabbits or whatever.
They got nervous and they walked, sped off and walked up kind of on the bridge.
So this causes the girls to get even more nervous. So they get pushed back towards the bridge even further. So now they're no longer at the trail split or by the benches or whatever. Now they've gotten so nervous that he's almost pushing them, making them uncomfortable. So they're stepping further towards a bridge.
And so so they didn't want to push and make him any more nervous. So they went, they talked, and they decided that Ron was going to approach the girl. So, and the other guy to just go ahead and stay back. So Ron said he kept walking in circles, that he didn't quite walk on the bridge yet, but he was getting nervous every time he'd walk up close to the bridge. He would get nervous and turn back, and finally he said he just boldly walked up on the bridge, and he exposed the firearm to him, and the girls came with him. And
okay, so everything ringing true here, that even Ron Logan's getting nervous. So he's walking in circles. He's kind of he's trying to build up his nerves to go and approach these girls, and uses a firearm to do so. Now, wouldn't that be one of several reasons to go dispose of that firearm, or to claim that firearm was stolen the very same day? Oh my gosh. By the way, as I'm at the dump, or whatever. My firearm's stolen.
They, walked him, walked him down, towards the direction of the farm, and once they got down to the bottom of the hill right there, that they had set the handcuffs.
Uh, so they walk at gunpoint, walk the girls down towards Ron Logan's property. How would Ricci Davis know this? He's never seen Ron Logan's property. Okay, that's why he's referring to it as a farm. Ricci Davis hasn't seen all this shit. He doesn't know the layout of the land and all this. These are all stories he's been told and that he's relaying.
They cuffed the girls up with,
They cuffed the girls up. Okay, they cuffed the girls up.
arm by arm, and walked them further back, towards the property. And I guess they went to undress the girls as was being described. Okay, and when the girls went to get undressed, the youngest girl said he was saying that her wrist was small enough to where she slipped the handcuff and she went to take off. Well, the older girl, Libby, was telling her to run. Okay, and Abby froze, stopped, and then that's when Ron grabbed the oldest girl, Libby, and told her, if you run off, I'm gonna kill you. It's gonna be your fault. And she said just to go call the police, call her grandma.
Okay, so now handcuffs. So the girls are handcuffed, and as they go to direct the girls to remove their clothing, the smallest girl, who's very tiny, that's Abby, slips the cuff. Makes all the sense in the world. Okay, and we're going to learn later. The lawyers, in looking at autopsy photos, see what they think could be handcuff marks on the girls' bodies. At least one of them. So Abby slips the cuff. Libby says, call grandma, call grandma.
Then Ron said he cut her initially, but that pretty much it wasn't, it didn't, kill her, but he cut her to let it, but, Abby knew that he was serious. Instead of taking off, she got scared and froze up, as he described, that she just seemed petrified, and walked right back to him and got, cuffed right back up. And so they, continued on their journey, and he said that there was a tussle. They went across some water and there was a tussle.
Makes some sense, right? So the sense being made now is that upon Ron Logan allegedly giving a cut to Libby, a first cut to Libby, Abby becomes petrified, which is absolutely a normal response. Okay, for all the psychologists out there, come on, it's a normal response. She's now petrified because she's trying to choose between saving Libby's life or running. And remember, not only is there a knife or whatever, or carpet knife, there's a gun involved in this whole situation. Is this shit making sense?
And then then he ended up cutting her again, and they left her there. Okay, and they took Abby to the property to a.
Okay, so this is a moment where he's saying water's being crossed simultaneously with the second or first and second cutting. So
his property to the house, and they went back after the lady together. Okay, when they came back, Ron went ahead of him, and he said that he was, wrestling around, that she was the oldest girl, that she was cut. She was freaking out, and he hit his nose. He said his face on top of her head, and that he had a nosebleed, and he was freaking out that he had that his nose was bleeding because he said that it was bleeding pretty bad, and it got on a couple items, and even her underwear. He said the youngest girl's underwear, he threw it out in the water. Well,
okay, so now we have semi-nude girls we have Ron Logan struggling with Libby, who we know would put up a fight. She's a strong girl. So it makes sense that it would be somewhat of a challenge to tussle with Libby. So in the midst of this tussle with Libby, Logan's nose bleeds and the blood ends up on some items of clothing. Wouldn't that perfectly explain why we have some items of clothing in the water? Would that not perfectly explain why we have clothing items in the water?
Whoever the third guy was that was with him, Keegan was like, no, you go after that. It got caught on a limb out there in the water, and so the other guy went out there to get her underwear that was on the limb, and it was covered because, you know, Ron said that he believed that there was blood on there, and he went out there when he was walking out in the water. He described that he twisted his ankle, and then the guy wanted to leave, and
What did he just say? What did he just say? Hold on. All you OGs out there, okay? All the OGs. Someone with an injured foot or ankle in the Delphi murder scenario, someone who injured their foot or had an injured foot or ankle. Come on, OGs. You know that particular detail has been an absolute pivotal point in the thread of the narrative of the Delphi over all these years. They said someone was limping because someone had an injured foot or ankle. So Reese is just making that up. And the way he describes this makes absolutely perfect sense, that the guy goes into the water, right, where you can't see where you're stepping, or if you're going to slip on a big rock or anything. Remember, it's kind of rocky down there in the bottom of Deer Creek. So the guy goes into the water to help remove the bloody item of clothing from the branch that it's hanging on, probably try to just ditch it into the water so it can float on down. And as he's in the creek, he slips or in some way ends up twisting his ankle, so to speak. So now we have an injured ankle in this whole scenario, or injured foot, which perfectly aligns with 7 years or 8 years of rumor, okay, from the locals, from the very locals who said that somebody was limping out there that hurt their foot.
was just another argument because they didn't want him to leave. They thought he was going to go to authorities, and pretty much that, they, went to go get the items due. The guy ended up leaving anyway.
So the guy with the hurt ankle bails. He hurts his ankle, he leaves. Okay? So he gets injured in the creek. He decides he's getting out of there.
Now he drove in a different car than Keegan when they came out to the property. Okay, and so but he took off. They thought that the authorities was going to be called. Like I said, they took, after they tried to finish Libby off, they took her to a barn and put her in a tarp, and they
took her to a barn. And put her in a tarp. Isn't that oddly reminiscent of Shaq? Okay.
Oh my God!
Remember Shack, cabin, barn, shed. Yeah, 8 years of rumors of a shack, right? The shack, the barn, the shed. They take Libby to a barn, a shed, a shack, a cabin, lay her on a tarp. Remember the 8 years of rumors of a tarp? Okay. How does Reese know all of these threads, all of these minutia, all of these details? So far, he's hit what has he hit? Burner phones. He's hit cemetery party. He's hit disposal of shit at the dump. He's hit twisted ankle. Now he's hit tarp, and he's hit cabin, shed, shack, barn, whatever.
Oh my God! Bruh.
He was saying that he had rabbits out there in the barn, and he put her up under some cages and stuff up in his barn, and then he, thought she was dead, and I'll get to it, but she wasn't dead. She, yet, and I'll describe that in a little bit. But then he started getting paranoid and freaking out, and then Kagan was going to go ahead and try to take the youngest girl, after all, with him out of the property, and Vaughn decided he was going to leave. Well, to try to, because he was paranoid and whatnot, so he took off, and that's when he went towards Lafayette. So that's, but he wanted an alibi of why, that he wasn't around. That's when he called his cousin and whatnot as the alibi. On his way back through, he shut off his phone, he said, okay, and then he went by Battleground. It's somewhere near Lafayette, and then he went to like these burner phones. He went to go bust them up and part them out, and he went to go get rid of them near through Battleground, through throwing the parts of the phone out.
So how do you dispose of the phones then? So he breaks the phones up, probably with a hammer. Okay, he breaks up the phones, and as he's driving these back, see the roads here in Battleground, how rural. It's just a bunch of fields, and there's a river. So as he's going through Battleground or towards Battleground, he's just throwing parts of the phone out continuously. Makes sense, doesn't it?
And some other evidence, too, that he had, which he never told me what exactly it was.
And some other evidence, whatever that might be.
Okay, so when he got back to after this fish store and going to Battleground and come.
Okay, I put this on the screen for you guys. Take a moment and look at this, because this is going to go by quick. But I want you guys to see a few things, okay? First of all, for you OGs, you know what Americus means, okay? You know what Americus means in this case. Who lives in Americus? Who's based out of Americus? Okay, enough said about that. I want you to look at Delphi at the top right of your screen. Okay, you got Delphi. You have the Carroll County Transfer Station. That's where Ron Logan goes to dispose of the evidence of the cemetery party, right? You've also got Battleground down there. And you've got the Tippecanoe County Recycling Station.
Back to Delphi, he said that there was drones and stuff like that going over. It was kind of like heading towards the evening. He said there was drones going over, like over his property, over like the woods. That there was cop cars everywhere, stuff like that. Starting to look around. He said when he pulled up into the driveway, he noticed that Keegan's car was still over there by a barn in the driveway, and he was supposed to be done gone.
All right, I'm stopping there. Keegan, okay, so because I put the map up for you, look, 20 minutes, 20-minute drive. Okay, so what I'm showing you there is from Delphi to Battleground, 20 minutes. Okay, that's why I put this on the screen here, and I'm showing you several routes. I'm showing you the Google Maps routes from Delphi to Battleground and back, and I'm showing you it's 20 minutes each way.
Told him that he was, that he got afraid of leaving because of the drones. He didn't want to be spotted, that he didn't know how to get out there because he was supposed to be gone. Well, then. Okay,
so now he's relaying a part of the story, which is something else I don't think he'd really have a good handle on, which is, how does he know they were flying drones out there? Okay, how does he know that there were drones? Very few people know that there were drones out there on the 13th when the search for these girls gets going. Okay, there's drones flying.
They planned to get the girls off the lot. They knew that they was going to have to do something with the youngest one. They argued who was going to try to do her in, and neither one of them wanted to do it for whatever reason. They went back and forth with it.
Okay, I'm showing you the back of Ron Logan's house. This is the back of his house. Okay, this is the Logan home back door.
He was the one that ended up, taking her life, and so they decided, since they couldn't get the girls off the property, what they were going to do is go ahead and just wait till later on and try to get them as furthest out in the woods as I can get, which ended up to where they didn't want to take any chances, and it was still, the girls were still on the property.
Logan's garage. Okay, this is Logan's little garage.
when they picked Libby up out of the barn, they put her in a wheelbarrow, to move her closer to the woods area.
They put Libby in a wheelbarrow. Okay. So Libby's in a tarp. Libby's in a tarp. They pick the tarp up, put Libby and the tarp in the wheelbarrow. Okay. Just keep note, take note.
And when they put her in there, it was said that they noticed that she was shadowly breathing, that she was still breathing, and faintly, and that they had to end up cutting her head again. That they cut her again.
So she's not dead yet completely. So they cut her again when she's in the wheelbarrow in the tarp, and they're about to move her. Now look at here.
And that's what was with the carpet knife.
This is your barn here. Okay, this is Ron Logan's barn. This is what he was discussing. This is your shack or your barn. Is Libby in a tarp in this building right here?
Explain. And so they had to finish her again before they even took her to where, their final destination. But they ended up getting the girls and putting them up at the end of the property. Keegan said that he wanted to set the area as, pretty much, do something that they wouldn't believe an old man would do, that would pretty much make him look like that he wouldn't be responsible, and said that they set the.
You have 1 minute remaining.
Is this the staging that he's talking about?
You were. All right.
Yeah, I know where I was. Okay, so what I do want to make clear first, with Abby, I was never told, and I still don't know where she was and what they were doing with her during this time. I know after Keegan took her life, as was stated, that I don't know where they was putting her. I know they described that they moved the bodies a couple of different times during the search.
Hold on. That is an extremely important statement. You see how he rushes through the really important parts sometimes. Ricci's story here is that they moved the bodies a couple different times during the search. Wow. Isn't that something that we've discussed for 8 years? They moved the bodies multiple times during this search. Just so that you're keeping track of all this and checking boxes.
And through the night that they were trying to figure out what they were going to do, their ultimate plan was to try to get them off the property.
Which makes all the sense in the world. How, think about it. The optimal plan, you got 2 dead girls. You want to get them off this property. You want to get them far away as possible, go dispose of bodies, right? But they're hemmed in, right? They're all blocked in because there's blockades at several points. All the access points to get in and out of the area are blocked, and there's drones up. So what are they going to do as far as getting these girls off this property? Think about it. Think about this in a very real way.
Said that didn't work, so that was that. So
you can't. Now you're stuck with them.
I really don't believe I have anything else as far as that goes, unless you have any questions.
Yeah, let me try to backtrack on this part of the story, and maybe I'll ask you if you don't know, you don't know, but maybe.
Yeah, I'll
So,
tell you if I don't know.
okay, so all of this you told me so far, this was all from Ron, like all of this part
It was
of
all
it.
from
Okay.
Yeah, it was later. It was later, more confirmed through Keegan's story. There was parts that had changed between the two, but it was more of a blame game between.
To be expected.
When I spoke to Keegan,
which was exactly to be expected. Okay.
Kind of putting a lot more on Ron than than on himself. You know, Ron was a little more outspoken about what happened. Keegan was more trying to throw, certain, pretty serious parts, of the situation more on Ron, like
Totally normal.
who cut who and who did this and that, and Keegan's story changed like a lot, but it
To
was
be
always,
expected. Yeah.
you know, yeah, it was really close to what Ron was saying. It was just I completely wholeheartedly, even to this day, feel in my heart that there was no way without, and we're talking about two different time periods. There was no way that they could have collaborated the same type of stories without me, you know, with knowing them at different times, and
Right.
it's been too, you know, I completely believed, Keegan, when on his part. So I was
So
leery at first. I'm a, so, oh yeah, go ahead.
this thing with Ron, so how many times, like the story you just told me, how many conversations with Ron you think this unfolded over? Like how many times y'all talked where this all was told to you?
I'm probably about 40. I mean,
Oh, that's a
40.
he was
lot.
my
40. Okay. So I thought that was an important question to ask because, yeah, if this is one conversation, you can blow it off. One conversation. Oh, Ron said this story. Yeah, whatever. No, this is maybe a- approximately 40 conversations. This whole story unfolds over in the course of time. Totally normal, totally to be expected, totally believable. Okay, that means months and months and months of conversations.
neighbor. We talked. Yeah,
Okay.
oh yeah, we talked every single day. I mean, every single day. We drank coffee in the mornings. He really wouldn't. I would actually tell him, not to talk to other people because I was trying to make it look like I was on his side.
Yeah,
I'd
I
be
get
like,
it.
be careful talking to these other people, and just kind of, and I built a trust with him, and but that was the only way to get him to really start trusting, and I mean, but it worked. I mean, it did work over time. It worked, you know.
Yeah.
So
How long a period of time was he housed next to you? Like how long do you know about how many months or whatever in
I would
total?
say about he was here about right at a year, but we was housed right next to each other for about 7 months, you know. And like I said, we spoke every single day. So
Yeah, so in your feeling, like just as in your gut, you feel that he was basically telling you the truth, confiding in you with the truth, with his feelings and shit.
um, Prof, I absolutely deep in my heart know he was telling the truth. I mean, I just do. I mean, that couldn't have been made up, and who could or would make that up? I mean, it was just too. I mean, there was times he shed tears. There was times that he seemed, I don't know, I hate to say it like this, but almost like a really odd excitement to tell the story. I mean, there was other times that he was really feeling himself and kind of tearing up, like talking about how far it went, and and just how much of trouble he believed he was in, and I mean, it just
Hmm.
stuff like that. Yeah, I completely 110% believe that he was telling the truth. I mean, it just there's just no way to convince me any different.
Okay. So this part of the story, kind of where I got a little confused, is you say he was saying he showed the gun and I guess brought them down maybe to the driveway under the bridge or something, like down, and that's when the little Abby
Yeah,
took off or wanted to.
no, this was later on after they were cuffed, and later on during the heading towards the properties. I guess they went to get undressed or something where he went to where he was going to uncuff him, and he was talking about how her little wrist slipped through the cuff, and
Oh,
that she took off, and that the older girl was telling her to go, and they were Ron was yelling at her, to come back, and but yeah, that was like later on once they got closer to the property. I was taking it, but that
Okay.
wasn't right away. He said he exposed the gun to just exposed it. Is all he said. He said, that the gun was exposed, and pretty much that they fell in line. Is how you know what was
And so
described.
the
Now, what's interesting here to me, this is exactly the state's story regarding the firearm, right? I mean, it really makes sense. It really makes sense. This is exactly the state's story about the first use of the firearm was that the guns flashed to make the girls fall in line. Again, it's another uncanny coincidence.
way it sounds, so this was before they crossed the water, because it sounds like he
Yeah,
he attacked Libby, left her on the one side the water, and then he brought Abby across the water, and then later he
I
had to
was
come
never
back
too sure.
across. Okay, I see. Yeah.
I was never too sure. I'll be honest with you. I'm still not sure. There was parts, and I had so many
Yeah, It's a New Day makes a great point. Okay, It's a New Day says they knew that tidbit of info. Oh, well, let me tell you. They knew all of this info because he gave this to them in early 2017. He gave them this entire story. He gave it to Jerry Holman at the so-called polygraph that wasn't a polygraph. He gave this story, he handed it right in the palm of their hands. So, of course, they knew all these tidbits and they used these very tidbits to fabricate this narrative about Richard Allen and frame him. And he's very well aware of it. I mean, Ricci is very well aware of this. He said that's what's appalling to him, that they use elements of the story he gave them to put on Richard Allen.
questions myself, but it just seemed like to me that the more I start asking questions, he would get cold feet.
Hmm.
And here was the thing too. I had a cellie, a somebody I lived with. I mean, to put it that way, that uh, kept asking me questions because Ron kept coming to my door and talking to me through the door, and Ron ended up opening up to him a little bit, not as much, but a little bit, and my cellie went off on him.
Now, did you hear that? What that means is there's another witness to this. Okay. This isn't just Reese Davis making bullshit up that no one else witnesses. Reese's now saying that his cellmate is a second witness to some of this. There's a witness to this.
And which just really pissed me off. And Ron didn't talk to me about 4 or 5 days. Just kind of, you know, I don't know. I take it as nervous. It's the way I was taking it. And I told the police this, the detectives this, and they wouldn't even pull him up. And he was willing to come and talk to him up there at the front. The police wouldn't come pull him out to talk to him even. Nothing. I mean, just absolutely. There was just so much that I had to offer to show them that they were there. This was truthful. Through the investigation and speaking to them up here, and they just would not take anything.
Yeah, yeah. The minute they heard this story from Reese, they shit their pants because he mentions Ron Logan. And the last thing they want to do is anything to Ron Logan. Remember, the only ones who went after Ron Logan were the FBI, right? You didn't see Jerry Holman or Shane Evans or anyone involved in this point at Ron Logan or Nick McClellan. You found no one targeting Ron Logan except the feds. It's kind of like I wanted to mention this about the Adam Bridge before I forget, because I forgot earlier. The most important thing that you need to take away with the Adam Bridge PCA that I just showed you, but let me pull it up because this is really important and I forgot to say it. Now, the most important tidbit in this Adam Bridge. Who initiated this investigation into Adam Bridge? This is for the ones in the back, like Turbo and all the other idiots who are going to argue this point, okay, with Adam Bridge. Who initiated this with Adam Bridge? Sorry, I'm excited if I'm yelling. I'll wait for the chat to respond. I'll just be patient here and calm down. I need to calm down. Who initiated this investigation into Adam Bridge for this child exploitation material that he was producing and uploading? Or maybe I could put it another way. Was it Jerry Holman, Nick McClellan, and Stacy Diener who initiated this with Adam Bridge? No, no, sir. No, sir. No, ma'am. No, ma'am. It was the feds. Okay, the feds. Thank you, silence. The feds forced Carroll County to go after Adam Bridge because by way of the NCMEC pushing this down the pipeline to Carroll County, then Carroll County was therefore obligated to follow through with it. Okay. In other words, just like with Ron Logan, it was the feds who initiated this investigation into Ron Logan. It's the NCMEC who initiated this investigation into Adam Bridge. Start to put this together, guys. Start to put this shit together. The way this is working. It's only going to be when the feds force this shit that shit gets done.
You know, they would not take any offer I had to anything, offer to wire up, everything. I mean, they just were not interested in anything I had whatsoever. You know, did I personally believe they didn't believe me? Yeah, I believe they didn't believe me at first, but once I got to certain parts of it, I could tell, by looking at them and then wanting to get up and talk off on the side, that, I just felt like they were trying to sidestep me from, being able to just explain what happened all the way through, and if it came down to, wanting to wire up or anything like that, they would change the subject and, start. I mean, it was odd, it was an odd situation.
Let's talk about that. Okay,
I just,
so did this happen after Ron left when you talked with them? Did Ron
no, he was still
leave?
here.
Oh, okay. So
No,
he's
he was
still
still here.
there.
I was able to, yeah, I was able to wire up and go in the dorm. We were still neighbors. I mean,
Okay. Okay,
when
so tell me how did that transpire? Like, did they just show up one day wanting to talk to you, or did you request? Would you mind telling that story real
well,
quick about when they came?
yeah, I have a friend. She contacted the FBI and they told her, they were just taking, information. But once she gave the part that the youngest girl was taking, they were interested in that, and uh, I was taking it that there was some, truth that they knew about it, and that's when they stopped and said, "We're going to get somebody up there right away," and that's when the Cleveland sent a state police officer and a guy that did the what do you call them, you know a lie detector's test, brought them up here, and so when you know they when they were up here, they I walked in there and it was just I mean they were just, you could tell they were here because they had to be here. They didn't want to be here to really try to figure anything out or listen or give me a chance to talk or nothing. I mean, they would not, nothing. I mean, and I believe personally, because I have a stuttering issue, that they were looking at me crazy because I was stuttering, which I understood, and I explained that to them. That I have you know, Tourette's, I have a Tourette syndrome, and I also, stutter like extremely bad. And I was trying to explain this to them, and they were, just awkwardly, you know, uh, trying to push the conversation other places.
And this, just to be clear, this is Jerry Holman. Okay, this is in 2017. This is Jerry Holman, and I think Paul Hansard. Jerry Holman, though. Okay, Jerry Holman's running this show. I think Hansard is just the examiner or whatever. But this is Jerry Holman. Okay, he don't want to hear this shit at all from Ricci in 2017.
They first started when they came here was because when the lady made the report on my behalf, she told them, she said that that I decline any kind of money reward. That it wasn't about that. That I completely declined it. I just need somebody to get up here and listen to what was said, and. But their interest was why would you decline any money? Who would decline money? That don't make no sense. Why would you do that? That just makes no sense. What else do you
Sounds like
want?
read
Or you
technique
wasn't. I mean,
again, Jerry Holman.
he wasn't. I mean, it was just really wild. It was like I felt like I was getting interrogated. And I'm like, like, dude, I'm a father. You know what I mean? I have kids, man. What's wrong with me? What's wrong with me reporting something without, wanting something in return? They're like, well, that just don't make sense. That just don't. Is it media attention? Is it this and that?
Mm-hmm.
It's
Like
the
I
most
explained.
sensible answer Ricci possibly could have given. Okay, for anyone who's an actual parent out here, the most reasonable fucking reply that Ricci could have given was, because I'm a father, I have kids. Why do I have to need something in return? Like, again, it checks the box.
I said, well, let me tell you something that you don't understand, you don't know. This stuff will get me killed in prison, man. Media attention. What do you mean? I mean, the last thing I want to do is put my face out there and being a prison snitch. I mean, so no media attention doesn't do me any justice. Besides, it's going to probably put a knife in my back before you know it. So no, it's not media attention. It's not that I want money. It's not none. I just need you to listen. And I explained to him. I said, man, I'm a father, man. I just,
You have 1 minute remaining.
I just explained I wanted the stuff be known, and and just to go follow the information, and that's
Yeah.
it. That's all I asked for, right?
Did either of those guys identify themselves as FBI to you?
No, they were ISP.
Well, one of them was the guy that was doing the Texas test. He was to the FBI, I guess, and one of them identified himself as a state police sent up through Delphi, Carroll County, that was stationed up there.
Okay. We'll pick it up on the
So,
next call. Okay.
yeah, for sure. I
All
got
right. Let's keep going because you could do,
you.
it's sounding good now. It's sounding
Okay.
good. So
Sure.
I
Sure.
wanted to
Sure.
ask you
Okay.
about this polygraph. So you just
Sure.
said that you believe one of them was from FBI and the other was from McClellan, like one of the Carroll County or state police.
As they described it. I
That's
mean, I
it.
don't know anything as a hard fact, but I
Right.
mean, that's kind of how they described it as I was there. So, I
So
mean,
let me
you
ask you
know.
this about it. So they hook you up, right? Did they hook you up
hmm
to the device and then did they chit chat
They
with you
did.
for a while to like establish a baseline and just ask you normal
No.
questions or whatever?
I was I was not asked a single question, not a yes or no question. I wasn't asked. It was all argumentative the whole time. Everything was a back and forth scenario. We was all angry. There was not one question, one time, not for 1 second, that they said, "Did this happen?" or "Are you telling the truth?" or nothing. There was never a yes or no. There was none of that the whole time. You know, I, the whole time. Uh, Matter of fact, it got to the point where I took the stuff off. I'm like, man, I'm done with you guys, man, because I mean, it just kept going back to what my motive was the whole
Mm-hmm.
time. I mean, there was no. I mean, they set a camera up right in front of my face. They said a thing where it was recorded. They
Where's
informed
the
me.
recording? Where's the recording? Indiana State Police. Where's the recording of this interaction with Ricci at Newcastle? Where's the recording? That's another one lost. Another one. So you got the 70 days of lost recordings of all the crucial first months of the investigation. You got the 70 days, the entire first week of all the very most crucial interviews, and you just coincidentally also lose this recording of the interaction with Ricci and him relaying this story to you in 2017.
Hey, okay, we're recording you. We're recording you with this video tape. We're gonna, we're gonna get the audio sound and lay that there, and I agree that was fine, whatnot, and so I mean, everything was, everything was, set up, but no, I mean, like they said they lost it all. They lost the recording. They lost the video. They lost the questions. They lost it,
Difficult.
but there was no questions. That's why they say that they lost the questions is because there was never a question in to begin with. That not once, not one question. I swear, I wish I could explain to you, man. These people have not asked me one question. I was up there. Now, when McClellan later on tried to cover his, his rear, saying that, that, that I failed miserably was his exact words. There was no questions. There was no real, it was, everything that I said, described especially to Andy Baldwin when he was here. Nick McClellan later on denied it, but he had no evidence to back anything he set up. He supposedly lost everything. And he tried to throw his own narrative on it, which was all a lie, every bit of it. He tried to even say the fact that, and he was trying to like divert certain things I said, like the phone. Okay. When I said that Ron Logan took the battery out of the phone when he was coming back in from Lafayette. That McClellan jumped in there on, I believe it was a podcast or something, and he was saying, or a YouTube, or yeah, same thing. And he jumped on there and said, oh, well, he had been lying about these phones because the phones were smartphones and you can't take batteries out of them, this and that. However, like I said during the interview, if he produced the audio, I even described to them that Ron Logan explained to me he had a flip phone. That was his personal phone. Now he took the battery out of that because he didn't want it to be he didn't want it to show that he was going to battlefield when he was leaving Lafayette. So he took his battery out there, and then he ended up putting it back in like soon after. But McClellan didn't want to state that.
Sensible.
He was trying to divert it as like, oh, like I was talking
Flip
about the
phone.
girls' phones, the smartphones. And
Old man. Okay, old man. I would guess you think it's a Motorola. You know the old men with the Motorola flips. Talking about 1990s. You take the battery out.
If you produced the audio, people have been able to see what was really said.
Oh, which is why they lost it. Okay, so the reason to lose Ricci's recording of his interview regarding this in 2017 is the same reason that you had to lose all the other stuff from February 14th on to late August of 2017. You had to lose all of that shit because the shit in there would prove the story. So therefore, it has to get deleted and lost.
But he was trying to do everything he could to make me look like a liar, trying to take it. But he couldn't really say much because everything that I spoke did end up becoming the evidence. Now I've stated all this, and I gave, and the information that came out was in 2017. I didn't know any of what actually happened through the case. I didn't know if I was being told the truth, or not. I really didn't know. I know as much as, as anybody else. However, when it came to after Ron Logan's trial, and I'm watching it on TV, I was watching it on court TV. the trial after they were coming out and speaking of the case, everything they were coming out talking about off court TV was everything I told Nick McClelland and them on this case, and
He meant
the polygraph examiner and the detectives that came up
he
here.
meant
It was all
Richard
the
Allen.
information I gave them, and they were taking the same information that I gave them and putting it on Richard Allen, and it blew my mind. I mean, all the way to the type of knife it was, to the throats
Oh,
being
that's right.
cut.
That's right.
I mean,
The carpet
it
knife
blew.
or box cutter was another thing Reese gave him in 2017. He gave him box cutter, carpet knife, right? He gave him uh, burner phones, right? He gave him what was the other thing we just talked about? So the details that Reese's given end up being put on Richard Allen.
My mind. They actually took every single word I said and
Oh, the gun,
just really built a case on another
the
individual.
gun, the
And
box
this
cutter.
was all the way back in 2017. I mean, a couple months after the murders occurred. I didn't know
Yeah.
none of that.
When
I don't.
so
I
this
didn't know.
polygraph,
You know.
when was that? What year was that?
Eh, Yeah, I believe it was still in 2017. It was in
Wow.
2017. I would
Okay.
say probably in November. November, I would say probably October, November. Ron was still here. We're still neighbors.
It was
And like
much
I told
earlier,
them,
by
I
the
said,
way. We figured the date out. It was much earlier. It was spring. It was spring, summer of 2017. Earlier than he even thought.
you know what? And I was pretty pissed off. Don't get me wrong, but yeah, I really was. I was really pissed at the way they were acting. I said, do me a favor, give me 45 minutes. I said I will try in 30 minutes. Give me a recording device. When I go back to the dorm, I will be on cameras. There's cameras all over this prison. I will be on cameras everywhere. You'll see who I'm talking to. Give me that recording device. You don't have to believe a word I'm telling you today. I'm gonna
Offered
let
to
him
wear a
tell you.
wire.
Mm-hmm.
Because every time we got together, he'd get talking. He'd
Yep.
get talking. He'd start asking questions. I said he will. I will. More likely about 95% will have you a full confession within 45 minutes.
And
And,
Holman
and
says
and I
no,
truly
no.
meant that with all my heart. That this guy was talking like that. And I was like just and you know how stupid I would look if they were like, yeah, let's do that, and they sit me in there. And he wouldn't say a word about it or something. You know what I mean? I would look like a fool,
Mm-hmm.
and a sick fool, as a matter of fact. And they just would not take it up. They would not take it up, and I offered several times, and that's why I got frustrated. That's why we started going kind of back and forth, because I could not understand what type of investigator investing two murders of two poor little children would not take. I mean, that is that's a the golden thing.
It's
You know what I
everything you
mean?
would
To
wish for.
any investigation is a confession, and being recorded, and they just would not take it. They didn't want to know.
Mm-hmm.
They just didn't.
Hmm.
They just didn't want to. They just wanted to shut me up, man. They were just done. They were acting like they were wanting to get out here. I was just done trying to tell them. I'm like, I don't know. Call my roommate in here and talk to him. Why don't you guys do that? Like, no, we don't need to do that.
We don't want to
Stuff
talk
like
to the
that. I'm like,
witness.
okay, send me in there. Let's get this on the recorder. You don't have to take my word. Take that information and look more into it. Why aren't you guys taking that? They're like, oh, you don't worry about that. That's all they're saying. You don't worry about that. You don't worry about that. Everything will be okay. Let's just keep going here. Let's just keep going here. And I was just, I mean, I would do anything from the bottom of my heart. Wish that they'd come up with that audio and play that audio and let people see the truth. I mean, of how this investigation really went. And the things they were saying and the things they were trying to leave out and the way they were. I mean, it was so bizarre. I actually afterwards I went back and I started crying. I thought, man, there's something going on with this case, and I didn't know what it was at the time. But I'm like, man, there's no way that these people up here investigating it at that stature, came up here wanting to solve this case and would refuse all them things I had to offer. They instead
Mm-hmm.
made it about me. made it about what my intentions were. What was I doing? Why? Who would ever? I mean, that was their question. Who would ever refuse this money? Who would ever refuse this money? Why would you refuse it? And that's what the whole setting was about. I'm like, are you guys out your fucking minds? Excuse my language, but I mean, are you? I mean, that's just how I mean, that's how I came to them.
Excuse
Like you
my
guys are.
language.
I said, man, you guys are just
What a
honestly
gentleman.
confused.
Excuse my language.
And that's why I was stuttering. I was so angry. I'm like, man, dude, I'm like, this is unbelievable. I've never seen anything like this in my entire life. And I mean, it was really odd, man. I mean, it was the weirdest thing I think I've probably been through. I would never imagined. I really thought I was going to be able to get up there and give them information. I didn't expect them to believe me for a minute. I really didn't. And I don't blame them. They're not supposed to. But please take this information and look into it.
Yeah, take the
Start.
information and investigate it. It's a good point. Like Ricci really thinks, he really thinks clearly. I'm not expecting you to believe me, but take the information and actually investigate it. Put a wire on. Let me go talk to Ron. He'll tell me the same shit on this wire that he's been telling me for months now.
Pull my cellmate out. Send me in there. Let's get this recording on the road. Let's get this stuff going. But they were, and I mean, and here was the other thing. I mean, if they had that recording, here was the even more odd than anything else. So what they did was say, okay, well, you take all the events of everything you've been told, out the case, of what you want to tell us, and whatever you feel is more significant, you put it within this paragraph and a half, and write it down. So I started asking the questions like, what would you feel would be more important? These are long conversations through a long period of time. So, you just do the best you can. You just do the best you can. I'm thinking, man, this is bizarre. But I did exactly what they said. I wrote, I don't know, probably a paragraph and a half, whatever it ended up to be. Then their question was, is this true, complete, inaccurate? Okay, well, of course it's true. Is it complete? No, it's not complete because you told me to write a quick narrative, so no, I mean, it's not complete, and is it accurate? I don't know. I mean, this is just information being given to me. So this is my response to them. And they're like, what, one direct response? And if I say anything else, I'd be saying, okay, well, if I say, well, no, it's not accurate, but if I'm, using the same answer, then I would have to also say, no, it's not true. There was one direct answer, yes or no. And I thought, man, this is just a trick shot. You guys are just really playing games here, man. And what kind of information can you get out of a paragraph and a half after 9 months of conversations? I mean, I don't know what's more important to you. I don't know, I don't know what, they were just up here playing games. It was, man, I just really hope somehow they can get these audios somehow still, which I don't see it happening now because, I mean, it would show that they're lying. I mean, that they're saying that, I miserably failed. Well, they're miserably failed to do their jobs the correct way because, I mean, they're covering asses. They're hiding stuff. I mean, point blank. But I've learned what that was later on. Like Ron Logan told me, he's good friends with Nick McClellan, and
That's your money shot.
McClellan was going to modify him out. I mean, that's what he told me. I wasn't sure if I believed him or not. But then after I even spoke to the detectives about him being, part of this case, confessing this case, they modify him out a month later. Not that he does his time. They modify him out of prison. Let him go home early on house arrest. And I mean, you talk about a mind blower. I mean, I thought, man, this is the weirdest. This is the most. I mean, you couldn't. I mean,
It's
was
like
really odd.
it's not just McClellan protecting Ron Logan. It was Kathy Shank's daughter. Remember, I'm honor bound. I'm honor bound to Ron Logan. Honor bound, says Kathy Shank's daughter. I spent time there as a kid playing with the horses and shit. I'm honor bound to Ron Logan.
So he told you
Ron Logan,
he's friends with McClellan and or his family or something, and that he was going to get him
the
out,
family, and
essentially.
yeah, he said that he was going to end up modifying him out. That he was talking to his brother, and that he was going to modify him out. Point blank. supposedly he didn't believe he did it, and stuff like that, and that he
Whoa.
was going to get him out of prison, not to worry about nothing. A month later, man, I'm telling you, a month after I said that he confessed to his crimes, they sent in a petition to modify him, and they granted within a week. Like
Modified him out a month after Ricci tells Holman this story.
saying, yeah, okay, gave him a court date, and I'm talking a court date a couple of weeks later. I thought, man, there is something going on, man. It just did not make any sense whatsoever. Nothing did. I thought, man, this is just the weirdest stuff. Everything just blew my mind. I just couldn't believe it. You know, So yeah.
Yeah, and here we
They
are,
let
8 years later, still same shit.
you're
Yeah.
same shit,
We're about to be 10
same
years
shit.
later. Another year and a half or whatever will be 10 years later. Still the same shit.
It's mind blowing, man. It's
Yeah.
mind blowing, and I don't understand it. I don't understand it. I don't. I just don't. I don't get it. And I've done everything I felt was the right thing to do. Myself. And I gave it my whole heart to try to to get it out there. And I was made a fool through this whole thing, especially when McClellan would talk. He would try to make a fool out of me every time he got out on a podcast. And he would try to make a fool out of me, take information and twist it and make it look like I was saying something else. And it's like, dude, release all the information. Let people decide for themselves, what the truth is. Quit hiding shit from people, man. Put it out there and let everybody decide. There's people that's smart. They can figure out the facts and they can believe whatever they want to believe, but give them the facts. Don't sit there and feed them a bunch of shit and tell them that I'm full of shit when you're the one holding information back and acting like everything's lost. Dude, you have something to hide. I have nothing to hide. I've said and done and tried everything I possibly could, and it's just like, it's hard to battle against the system.
Yeah, no shit.
They
No
got the
kidding.
upper hand. Okay, I'm a felon. I've committed crimes. I'm in prison. Okay, so you could paint that picture, but you're the one hiding the evidence.
Mm-hmm.
And been doing it through the whole case. Through this entire case, everything's about everything getting lost and everything. Come on, man. We're talking about little girls here, man. We're not talking about, if you want to try that on some other type of crime, you do what you want or whatever, you know what I mean? But don't do that shit on this type of on this
Kids.
type of case, man.
Mm-hmm.
This shit is not even a joke, man. Then you modify him out. You modify your buddy out of prison. Like that's why I told like Channel 59, with their stuff, can this dude even sleep at night? And I mean that. Can he really sleep at night? Does he really feel good about himself? Does this make him feel good? Does I can't fathom being a father, a grown man, and having children myself, and knowing that I went that far to cover some shit up like that. In the name of lives of children.
Mm-hmm.
It just don't make any damn sense to me, man.
Are you guys getting Ricci's heart here? Like this is what I'm saying. Like Ricci's character, right? Yeah. Okay. So are we supposed to believe he's faking all this? Come on, man. We supposed to believe he's faking all this? Let's look at the at this excerpt here. At Allen's trial, the defense indicated that the evidence supported that on February 13th, the victims were abducted, taken somewhere, perhaps in a vehicle. Okay. The defense indicated that evidence supported that on February 13th, 2017, the victims were 1, abducted, 2, taken somewhere else, perhaps in a vehicle, and 3, then during the early morning hours of February 14th, 2017, after the search parties had left the area, were ultimately transported to the location where they were found on February 14th, 2017.
Oh my God.
That's it. I mean, Who's so this whole thing? Conspiracy theorist. Wait. So the defense are conspiracy theorists? Conspiracy theorists. Okay. So the defense says at Allen's trial, the defense indicated that evidence supported that on February 13th, the victims were abducted, taken somewhere else, perhaps in a vehicle, and then during the early morning hours of February 14th, after the search parties had left the area, which means after 2 a.m., after the blood curdling screams, were ultimately transported to the location where their bodies were found.
None of it.
You
Well,
have 1 minute
well,
remaining.
I sympathize with you, man. Like you're, I can understand your frustration. You know what I mean? When you say like it don't make sense and you're anxious about it. I mean, of course, man. There's no one
Frustrating.
blames you. No one blames you for being upset about it and having feelings,
Yeah.
man.
I mean, I just the truth needs to be out there. You have an innocent man, somebody that really was not part of this crime, and I know a lot of people believe that Richard Allen was, but this poor guy has really been like framed. This just been pinned on him, and I know from the depths of my heart, I know he's innocent.
Again, he
I
says,
know he didn't have
depths
nothing
of
to do
my
with it.
heart.
You know, I mean, we'll get in more into that later, but I mean, yeah.
Hmm.
So yeah, for
Furthermore,
sure.
the defense's uh, theory is that the evidence strongly supported, here we go, that multiple people were involved in the abduction and the murder of the victims. Okay? So back to it. Children abducted, children taken away, perhaps in a vehicle, children returned and their bodies dumped after the search party clears the area in the early AM on the 14th, and that multiple people were involved in the abduction and murders. The defense's theories were detailed in the opening statement and throughout the trial in offers to prove from August 1st, 2024.
Buddy. But I appreciate you, buddy. Okay.
All right, yeah. Well, I know everyone's gonna appreciate hearing this because people
Thank you
care.
for using
Right?
GPL.
Somebody made, I guess, a YouTuber that called in that, or that was on the, one of their whatever, and they try to make it as that they talked to her, and that she said that some stuff that she supposedly said that it was that I was intending to hoping to get something out of it, and but she was contacted by that have her contact information. I gave it to a couple of people, and it was false. It was she. Uh, she informed that if they knew me, that they wouldn't even be asking them questions, you know. But when she contacted them, she actually said, which I asked her to, say that that when they came down here, that for them to have the understanding that I wanted nothing out of this. I just really needed to talk. I needed to talk to him. That I just really didn't take the information serious, which was definitely true. So when that came down here, they introduced themselves, and the first thing that they wanted to know off the top was why why a prisoner that it didn't make sense to him would. Asked to do something for nothing, that it didn't make sense, that everybody has intentions for anything they do, that it just didn't make any sense, and they wanted an explanation. And that's how it started off. It started off real confrontational, because I mean I got really offended, and as I explained, I said, man, I mean, number one, I'm a dad. I'm a father, I'm a man before anything. And I mean, I just mind, I really needed him to understand and pay attention, to what was being said, because, I felt like that, this was their time to get the information that they needed. I mean, this was only 2 weeks, 3 weeks, I have the date exactly. I mean, if needed, but after the well, well, anyway, I can get you the date exactly. But I mean, it was actually it was on 5/17. Uh, oh no, okay. It was on 6/21 of 2017 exactly. I got it written down here. Okay, that the setting and the alleged call
621. Okay, 621. That's June 21st, 2017.
polygraph that was given.
June 21st, 2017. So in June of 2017, he's handing Jerry Holman this entire story.
Okay, but they did hook me up. Okay, but the whole time it was confrontational. They it was about me. It wasn't even about and it was like anytime I began to talk about Ron or bring him up, they would change the subject. They would get real angry when I bring him up. They asked me, they said, well, is there any way that you can possibly write down at least a paragraph and a half of what you felt is what I felt was relevant, what I felt that they needed to know the most. Okay, so I mean, so you know, I began to write. Right, I got and it is added into the exhibit what I actually that the defense entered into at the uh, I believe before the trial because I was intended to be used as a witness at the trial at Richard Allen's trial. So, but anyway, it was entered in. And if you notice, if you look real close to it, it stops in the middle of the sentence. As soon as I began to really start talking about Ron and he started the details of the crime, he stops me. Gary Holman, he stops me. I said, oh, that's enough right there, and he snatches it out of my hand. And I'm like, okay, well he begins to and he begins to, say, is this accurate? Is this true? Stuff like that. I'm like, yeah, it's true. He said, is it accurate? I'm like, well, for what you allowed me to write, it's accurate. He says, is it complete? And I'm like, no, it's not complete. He said, so it's not accurate. No, I'm like, you just asked if it was complete. It's not complete. I was like, you just told me to write in their narrative, and I said, no, it's not complete. Let me finish it. And he was like, Mr. Davis, is this accurate? Is this complete? Is this true? I mean, and he started mixing in questions. I'm like, man, and I'm trying to explain to him. I'm like, man, it is accurate. It is true. It's not complete, and, he was like, and he got mad and he signed it down. He was like, and I said, you know what? I said, this is the best thing to do. I was like, man, why don't you let me go, talk to Ron Logan, there at the dorm. I said, I'll go with the recording device. I'll go record it. Within 45 minutes, I said, I bet I can get you everything that, at least close to everything that you need to know to show, what he's talking about. Because I was like, obviously, you ain't going to believe me. And he said, that's not necessary. I'm like, why isn't that necessary? Or why wouldn't you want me to go do that? I was like, I can go talk to him right now. As a matter of fact, we was at recreation, and I said, I can go back right now and go talk to him. I said, I'm on cameras. I was like, you just, if you're not going to believe me, believe him. And they're like, that's not necessary. And I'm like, okay. And then he wanted to go right back into why I wouldn't want to. He was like, well, if I did it, I would want to do it for, I would do it for money. He said, he was like, why would you shut that down? That don't make sense to me. And I'm like, why do you keep bringing this shit up, man? I'm like, you going to listen or not to what? And he was like, damn it. And then he asked for Paul Hansen. He said, well, come here for a minute. And they step out of the room and they step back in. And he was like, that said something about my stuttering.
Okay, I want to stop it here and read this, and please don't forget what Ricci was saying. But here it says, a key suspect confessing to the murders is exculpatory evidence, as it tends to establish a criminal defendant's innocence. At a minimum, Carroll County local rule required McClellan to immediately turn those Ricci Davis letters over to the defense, even if he believed that the letters did not need to be turned over because of Davis's claim that Richard Allen was involved in the crimes alongside Klein and Logan. Additionally, McClellan's claim that he was not obligated to turn over the letters because of Davis's claim that Richard Allen was involved is not a judgment call for McClellan to make. Richard Allen was at home on the evening of February 13th, 2017, and the morning of February 14th, 2017. According to Davis's letters, Klein indicated that Allen was with them during that night and morning, assisting in the murders. It is McClellan's obligation to turn over exculpatory evidence to the defense and let the defense determine how to proceed. When police or prosecutors conceal significant exculpatory or impeaching material in the state's possession, and then we'll get it.
And I tried to explain to him, I'm saying, I'm not on my medicine. And he's like, oh, and he's rolling his eyes at me, you know, just being real cocky. I said, man, I stuttered really bad. He said, oh, is that what it is? I said, you know what? I said, why don't you let me go back to the dorm within 45 minutes? I said, because Ron would, he would go quick into talking about it. It was kind of a nervous thing he had, you know. I mean, he would just kind of worry about it. He would worry about it, and I was the person he could talk to. And I explained that to him. I said, just let me go talk to him, man. Just give me something. I mean, you'll be able to see who it is. You know, I'm on camera. Let me go, and I will get you everything I can get. You know, and once again, he said, this, you know, it's not necessary. And so I'm like, man, you know, I don't know what the hell to tell you then, man. I mean, I'm really, you know, I'm trying to help. And he was like, then he was like,
You have 1 minute remaining.
okay, let me call right back. I apologize.
Okay, when police or prosecutors conceal significant exculpatory or impeaching material in the state's possession,
You look at it. You know, so I mean, they didn't
it is
follow up on
ordinarily incumbent on the state to set the record straight.
saying they didn't take my offer to wire. I mean, you know, to wear a wire recording device on Ron. My point was I was trying to make to them that, you know, like what type of investigation wouldn't, you know, take the offer of, you know, of the, you know, of a record, getting a recording of, that's a dream. I mean, that's the golden, that's what, you know, to any investigation, you know, and they're flat out, as soon as I offered to shut it down, like, no, that's not necessary. No, that's not necessary. And it was really pissing me off. You know, it was pissing me off bad. You know, I'm like, man, you guys are not here on good intentions, you know, whatsoever. Okay, well, to get to what, this is really interesting here because I did not realize this, okay, and I want you to look in.
Hey, thank you, Aries Fire. Look, it says, so the question is not whether the defendant would more likely than not have received a different verdict with the evidence, but rather in its absence that he received a fair trial understood as a verdict worthy of confidence. So to keep in mind, although this is not being discussed very much in the terms of this appeal, keep in mind that every single word that you see here is part of the record that the appellate tribunal has to consider when they are considering this appeal. And remember, all of these issues are issues at play in the appeal of Richard Allen. So even something as small as McClellan withholding these letters, which contained exculpatory evidence from the defense, even something like this, it is a facet of the appellate decision. And so you can see here that the standard here is that in the absence of the Ricci Davis letters, that he still received a fair trial, understood as a trial resulting in a verdict worthy of confidence. So that's a question. Would you be confident in this verdict of guilty had you known all of this information that we're hearing tonight, which was relayed to Ricci initially in 2017 in March, April, and May?
To yourself, and I want you to do your own investigation. You may, I mean, you know, you're pretty bright. You might already kind of know about this. So I get the information of the exhibits, okay? And Diane and I kind of looked into it because in the middle of the exhibits it has a bunch of weird writing, you know, in it, okay? And to come to find out, we ran and we looked into it, and the results that they gave, okay, and you had Nick McClellan's like, oh, he fell miserably, okay, and you know, and I was like, man, I knew it was bullshit because, you know, there wasn't because well, come to find out. When you have number one when you have a polygraph, you're supposed to have one polygraph examiner. You're not supposed to have any police, anything that would, you know, interfere. Okay, and this is what you had. You had a detective the whole time interfering. He made it about me. It was all about me. He wouldn't let me. He wouldn't answer no questions. I'm asking beforehand, like trying to. You know, he's like, "Oh, do the best you can. Do the best you can." He was making me really agitated. I mean, and they weren't asking any questions whatsoever. You know, the only questions they asked is it complete? You know, is it true? Is it complete? You know, and the answer was no. I mean, you know, of course it's not complete. Then he's referring it. So, you know.
Oh no, I misclicked. Okay, it was saying, let's go find that again. Let's go find it.
Coleman, he stops me. You know, it's that other Logan. You know, there at the dorm. I said, I'll go within 45 minutes. I said
Okay, it says,
of you know of the
let's get it.
brand, and we looked into it, and
Oh, here we go. Here we go. Perfect. Okay, look. Let's get to this because I want to read this to you
handwritten
from the document. Okay.
about me. He wouldn't
It says in this
let
case,
me. He wouldn't answer no questions.
Keegan Klein's confession to the murders and also Klein's claim that Ron Logan was involved are clearly exculpatory statements. Okay. These were the two most likely suspects during the investigation. If it could be shown that they knew each other, that would be a significant fact for the court to consider when determining matters of third party suspect defense, and also for a jury to consider. The fact that Klein also implicated Allen would not have been of a concern of the defense, as the defense knows that Allen had no linkage to either Klein or Logan, and also because the evidence supported that Allen was with his wife the night of February 13th and morning of February 14th when Klein is claiming Allen was with Logan and Klein committing the crimes. Had the defense known of the information contained in the Ricci Davis letters, it would have renewed its motion for third party suspect defense regarding Klein and Logan and would have further investigated these claims. Perhaps the defense would have sought a continuance to investigate the ties between Logan and Klein, which we now know is absolutely a solid tie. Okay. Klein knew and regularly visited Ron Logan throughout his childhood.
Machine generated whatsoever. Okay, and I thought it was really suspicious. And that's why I was looking it up. Where it's like, man, you know, polygraphs are machine generated. They're not handwritten. They're not, you know. So we started looking into this. Okay, well, come and find out the results. Okay, or something that's called PECC, PEC, right? And okay, so Peck isn't, like I said, it is machine generated. It is, it's when you look it up, it's confirmation bias. You know, and it's where pretty much they sit back and they observe your reactions. Okay, and I've done told them that I have a stuttering issue, that I have a Tourette issue, and that I take medication, and they're not, and they never produced to the defense anything that was machine generated whatsoever. They hand over something that okay.
The defense could have argued that Keegan Klein knew details of the crime that no one else
Oh
knew.
my God.
Bruh.
Bruh. I'm legally blind.
Keegan Klein knew details of the crime that no one else knew, and furthermore, that he was protecting an unknown third party by claiming that Allen was the
It's
third person.
it says like it's like a pretest they're supposed to do. It's like a test phase chart calculation type thing. And it was like I said, it was just written on the paper, and it's just there's no questions. There was no baseline. You know, it was you know and you had, like I said, you had interference in there. You had an officer, sitting there trying to interfere, and it was like they didn't want me to pass it. And they, with them saying, okay, well, he failed miserably. Okay, you would have to have some type of a real test, some kind of generated test, and they they made it as if there was one this entire time, but they couldn't.
Can y'all tell that I highlighted this with the mouse? Normally I'm lazy. I just use my fingers with the highlighter. But when I was going through this document here, I used the mouse to perfectly highlight it. So it's one of my only documents I've ever perfectly highlighted. I'm proud of it.
Produce it. Now, okay, now they had a recording setting. They had a videotape setting, and they didn't tell Andrew Bowen this. Okay, and when I finally informed him, hey, there was a recording, because I wanted him to get a hold of this stuff, man, because I'm like, dude, like, this could prove that they're full of shit, okay? And he was like, "Oh, there was a recording, there was a videotape." I'm like, "Absolutely," He said, "Okay, well, man, listen, I'm gonna motion, I'm gonna get a hold of this stuff." Well, he went in there and they didn't deny it, but they were pretty much saying that, well, they believe they lost it. It was recorded over. I mean, this was the information that they gave him, that they no longer had it. If it was like that, they couldn't give a solid answer whether they had it or not, and that they believed that the tape was recorded over. Which, come to find out, this was kind of something that is kind of happened in the past on other people, and when they were trying to produce evidence. Oh, well, we had it, but it was recorded over, and they.
It says, and furthermore, that Klein was protecting an unknown third party by claiming that Allen was the third party after Allen's arrest. Okay? The defense could do none of that, as well as any other number of legal, strategic, or procedural maneuvering if the defense was in the dark about the contents of the Ricci Davis letters, while the prosecution was fully aware of that information. So you see what's being argued here? Keegan Klein knew details of the crime that no one else knew, and furthermore, he was protecting an unknown third party by claiming that Allen was that third party after Allen was arrested. The defense could do none of that, as well as any number of strategic, legal, or procedural maneuvers, if it was in the dark about the contents of the letters, while the prosecution, Nick McClellan and Jerry Holman, were absolutely fully aware of that information. In fact, since 2017.
Wouldn't report it, and they were misleading. And the defense, and they did the same thing with my setting. And I couldn't, and I thought they actually had a real test, because he's like, oh, well, he felt miserable. I thought they had a real test to provide, so I wanted to see it because I've informed them there was no test. There was no actual test. There was no test to where they could actually, show any type of real performance. And I knew that, and I'm like, man, I want to see that. I want to see it. I want you to see it. I want the defense to see it. Now, if I was full of shit, okay, excuse my language, right? But if I was full of shit, I put myself on the spot for them to go and ask them to go get this information. But they couldn't produce the information. They couldn't produce the information because they knew that everything they were saying was untrue. When they finally produce something, it's just peck stuff. It wasn't anything that they ever said it was in the first place. I mean, it was all false information. It was a subjective test, and it was based only on like observation of like reactions, because I have a twitching issue, with my Tourette's. I stutter really bad. I have issues. I take medicine for it, okay? And they're like looking at me, and I'm trying to explain it, and they felt like they finally got me on the hook just because, they're seeing my reactions, but they never want to produce a test. There was never nothing objective that they could have did, and they did not want to see the defense on these tapes and these issues that.
Okay, it says the details that Klein. Now I'll read it first. Okay, the details that Klein provided to Ricci Davis add to the exculpatory value of those letters. On page 4 of one of those letters, Davis claims that Klein detailed that the bodies were moved 3 times and that they were not killed where they were found. And furthermore, that their bodies were staged. These facts are consistent with the defense theory and are facts that oppose the state's theory. So, what was McClellan withholding from the defense? It was the fact that Keegan Klein told Davis that the girls' bodies were moved at least 3 times and that they were not killed where they were found, and that the bodies were staged. And there was even more detail than that, which is being withheld at this time. But Keegan Klein gave a lot of details about what happened to these bodies and how they were staged and all of this other stuff. And all of that was withheld from the defense prior to trial and during trial.
I'm offering to go in there and wear a recording device on Ron Logan. See, these type of things would have showed that their investigation was really.
Okay. Furthermore,
in
the letter, Davis claims that Keegan Klein detailed how the killers got nervous and left town in their own cars, with at least one of them going to Lafayette to get rid of evidence. You already know that. He said it earlier.
If that's, for whatever, they did not want me to, as soon as I started, because when they came up.
Oh, it says, in his second letter, Davis claims that back in 2018, he reported that the victims' throats were sliced. This is something that only the killer would know, especially when the detail of the murders were not known at the time. He also stated that he reported way back then that the girls were hidden in a barn and also driven around at some point in time. This is consistent with the defense's theory that the girls were driven in a car at some point and held somewhere until the search parties had left.
Up here, you have to think, when they came up here, they didn't know exactly that it was going to be about Ron Logan. They knew that I had information. As soon as I brought his name up, the very second, oh man, they were just juggling back and forth, and they wanted to go out and talk, and they wanted to, and as soon as I give information, and as soon as I start writing about Ron on this little paragraph, he snatches it out of my hand. They did not want me talking about Ron Logan. They didn't.
The minute he mentions Ron Logan, they freak the fuck out. That's Holman and Hansard.
That came apart. Now, the information, I never knew if it was true or not. I mean, I didn't know if Ron was telling me the truth. I didn't. I mean, he could have been telling me anything. But what he did tell me, and what everything I wrote down, everything I reported, come to find out, once the trial began, I didn't know until the trial that if the information was true or not. You know, I knew that Andy Baldwin was interested in the information once he observed it, because they didn't even tell him about the information. They did not tell him that They did not tell him that about the setting, about about them coming and speaking to me about the polygraph. Didn't tell him none of that. He had to find out on his own. I believe through the FBI records, if I'm not mistaken. I mean, it's kind of. I'm not sure. That's kind of what I believe that he was saying, that he was going through the records and finally saw my name, and was really shocked by the information I gave, and had to really hustle before the trial to even get up here to speak to me, and like dude, like, man, like, look, this information, man, we need to talk further. Now listen, the information that I had at the time, you got it was only, it was right after the murders. It was at the beginning of talking to Ron. He was in the middle of changing information, back and forth. First it was more, seeing how I would take to the information, then finally it gradually, built up to where he was, kind of giving me the truth when he seen that I was not reacting,
Hmm.
in a negative way.
Yeah.
So I started to get more information. So by the time that the police get here, I don't have the full details. I didn't have all the information. I gave them what I had at the time, and that's all I was able to do, and so it was, but when they got the information, they just act like that I was completely full of shit. They acted, it was really odd. And the way I felt when that trial happened, and I started to hear them using the information I gave Croft, okay, the information I gave them, okay, about the box cutter and all this, and now it's being used in a trial against another individual. I'm the one that gave him that information about the box cutter and this and that, and now I hear him using this information against another individual, and I don't know what they've
Richard Allen.
determined, you know what I mean, in between time, and they could have actually come up on their own that it was a box cutter. I really don't know, but it was really weird to hear the same information that I gave them repeated at this man's trial on another man. I'm sitting there, I'm freaking out, like, dude, what the hell is going on? I'm the
Unbelievable.
one that told him this shit, but I told him
Unbelievable.
on another individual, and they're
Hmm.
using the same information and the same way the girls were killed and everything.
I'm
They're
legally
using the same
blind.
thing on Richard Allen. I was freaking out,
Oh my
and it's not
God.
that I'm.
Yeah, so Reese's freaking out because they're using all the info that he handed them straight to Jerry Holman, now being put onto Richard Allen. It says on page 3 of this letter, Reese recorded that Keegan Klein told him that the scene was staged, and furthermore mentioned that the girls could not be moved because the search parties were everywhere throughout the night at that time, meaning the girls were moved to the place they were found only after the search party left the area. This is just as the defense claimed, thereby supporting the defense's theory and negating the state's
Just
theory.
saying this is on paper, and it's like I really felt messed up about this, man. I'm like tripping. I'm like, dude, wow, and then I started reflecting back how they try to keep me from talking about Ron Logan. I thought, man, then after getting to talk to Ron more and more, I've learned that, that he was friends with Nick McClellan. We've had long, extensive talks about, how McClellan was going to modify him out. And, and I didn't know if it was true or not, okay, if Nick McClellan was going to modify him out. But dang it, Prof, man, this like, I thought, I didn't know what he was telling me. I didn't know if it was true. I didn't, but damn it, Nick McClellan came right in the office, man, and modified this man out. Yeah,
Hmm.
he did follow the modification early,
That's
and dude,
insane.
that's what he said. He said, man, he's gonna modify me out, man. He said, man, I'm not worried about it, because when he first came in here, okay, and here's another thing, Prof. Here's when I talked to him and I talked to investigators, the investigators had formed somebody to shut his mouth while he was in here. So they went, the investigators, and I don't know if it's Nick McQueen, I can't pretend I know who it is, but somebody within that circle of the investigators told him to shut his mouth quick, that somebody is in here reporting the information he's given. He thought it
Oh,
was his roommate.
Did you just hear that? Did y'all just hear that? Remember how someone in the chat said they modified him out to keep him from talking? Well, not only that, somebody went and told Ron Logan immediately after Ricci tells all this shit to Holman and Hansard. Somebody connects or contacts Ron Logan and says, "Shut your fucking mouth. Someone in here is talking," and he thinks it's his roommate. Ron Logan thinks it's his roommate. Y'all see the playbook here? I mean, I think that's insane. A lot of people miss that. So Ron Logan's quacking. Ricci tells Holman in the presence of Paul Hansard. Immediately, Logan gets word, shuts his mouth, and thinks it's his roommate. And then a month later, he gets transferred on out or modified out. Now, furthermore, let's read this little thing here. Ricci Davis says the girls were handcuffed to each other. After the meeting, defense counsel Orge, Baldwin, and Matt Hoffman viewed the crime scene and autopsy photos to determine whether there were any indicators on the victim's wrists that would support this new information that the victims were handcuffed to one another. The admittedly non-expert eyeballs of the attorneys and investigator observed straight lines on the left hand of the wrist of both girls, which is exactly where Ricci says they were handcuffed together, both by the left wrist. The defense observe straight lines on the left hand wrist of both girls, which, if true, could indicate that one victim walked immediately behind the other with each of their left hands handcuffed to each other so they could not easily run away. If the defense had received these Davis letters, it could have learned these facts from Davis during a deposition, and then had experts view the same photos, these autopsy photos, to determine whether the photos were indicative of the girls being handcuffed. Hello? I mean, does no one have any fucking common sense in this world? Do we not have common sense? You got someone in 2017 and 2018 and all the way to 2025 saying these girls are handcuffed together by the left fucking arms. The defense team gets the photos, really quickly looks at them and says, "Oh my God, there's striations or whatever. There's marks on the left wrist of these girls."
Bruh.
In fucking credible. In fucking credible. When we say the case is solved, it's solved. The case is solved. But Rick Allen remains in prison.
Yeah, I promise, Prof. I promise, I mean, like, my right hand to God, buddy. I mean, he came in, but here was the odd thing. Ron Logan came to me and thinking it was his roommate, okay, that was giving this information, bitching because he's like, "Oh my God, my roommate's in there, man. He's talking to the detectives. Detectives been up here, this and that." So I had to play a role, Prof, that, that like, damn, you need to shut your mouth, Ron, man. Quit
Mm-hmm.
talking to him.
Mm-hmm.
Da 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 da. And he actually believed me. I mean, I played that role and he went with it. He was like, man, I can't believe this, man. This is, oh my gosh, it's freaking me out. I might get charged, blah, 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 and it just went on. But I went to my room freaking out, like, oh my God, these investigators informed this dude that somebody's in here talking to shut his mouth, man.
They told
You
Ron,
know what I
shut your
mean?
mouth.
And this shit was blowing me away. I couldn't wrap my mind around it all. It didn't make sense, and I thought, man. And at the time, I didn't know, I didn't know what was true, what was it, but it started coming full circle to where I actually realized, like, not only this shit is true, there's something more going on. I mean, and I didn't know what it was. And then I realized, like, I mean, I mean, it got real. You know what I mean? It got real.
It's
And I
real.
mean, I've
Yeah.
said every single day I went in my cell and I concentrated and focused and remembered everything this guy sitting here and told me. And I wrote everything down in detail.
Oh, yeah,
Some
yeah.
of it
By
seemed
the way,
relevant,
retards.
kind of just
Okay, sorry. By the way, public who are denying this, all of this shit is written down. Okay? On an ongoing basis, as Reese's hearing this shit and experiencing this, he's going back and writing it down, which is how he knows this level of detail in his memory, because he can go back and read the notebooks and refresh his memory.
things. Some of it didn't. I mean, I didn't know what was what, but I was writing every detail down I could remember, and my mind was blowed. I thought, man, I mean, man, I mean, I didn't know what these things. If you want
Do
to know
you
the real
still
truth,
have that, Reese?
you know.
Do you still have that?
Oh yeah, I
Good.
have every
Okay.
bit of it, bud. I have
So
every
when
single bit of it.
so when you were saying that, when you were saying all the things they were saying in that polygraph, was that all Jerry Holman?
Yeah,
That was
every bit of it.
yeah, okay.
Paul Hansen didn't say a word, man. He didn't explain nothing to me. He just kind of let Jerry do his thing, and he didn't explain to me what was going on, or he didn't explain how it went. They wouldn't even answer no questions. I mean, I'm like, I'm asking a lot of questions, like, man, I'm sorry, man, I look like a nervous wreck here, man, but like, I mean, like, what, like, I didn't know if that was the procedure or not. I just fell off, and it fell off that I was being attacked. It fell off that, it just,
You have 1 minute remaining.
my gosh, dude, I hate that stuff, man. But yeah, you can stay on the line. I can call you right
So
back
it
if
sounds
you want.
like, I mean, you could basically say you were not polygraphed. If they didn't
I
establish a
absolutely,
baseline or actually ask you questions, that's not a polygraph.
absolutely not.
That's Jerry Holman barking
No.
at you while you're hooked.
Okay. There.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay. And I do want to say one more thing about it. When you look it up, okay, it says that within a setting of a polygraph, the only person approved to be present is you and the examiner, and it also says that only person approved is a translator if there were communication barrier issues. Okay, that there is not supposed to be a detective. It's not a what do you call that, man? It's not a time to do a what would you call that, Prof? I mean, it's not a
Interrogation.
yeah, it's not an interrogation. And plus when you look it up, it also says there's not supposed to be any secondary attorneys, prosecutors, police, any type of authority. And it says due to any pressure, that and that's the and this all comes from the PEC information. You know what I mean? When it's kind of giving you the layout that this, it was. And I mean, they just want to do some narrative control afterwards,
Yeah,
man.
yeah, yeah.
I mean, and this is why when McClellan got a hold of it and he felt miserably, I didn't know if I did or not. I mean, I didn't. I mean, I didn't know. I didn't see anything. You know, but what I could offer was for the defense and anybody that will listen, go get the information to validate, because I knew one thing for certain, that it was no polygraph.
Well, and it doesn't even
I
matter
said
at
that.
this point in time. All that could be redone. Because I mean, you would expect polygraph, especially if it's videotape,
Hmm.
they should be able to produce the graph, the
Hmm.
little graph that
Absolutely.
was, and they should be able to produce the video recording and to prove what actually happened.
Absolutely.
So to
No,
me,
they
it's a
couldn't do
dead
the
issue
recording.
at this point. It's
And it is. And here was
yeah.
the other thing: they could not produce any questions that were asked. That was requested from them too. But here's the problem: they never asked any questions.
Hmm.
That's why they could not produce any questions. There was
Hmm.
never any questions asked to me. Because I mean, for me to fail something, you have to be able to provide what I failed. What did I fail? What was
Yeah.
asked that I was
Where did you
deceptive
show
on, or
deception? Right.
yeah, yeah, and they couldn't do that. And come to find out, it was because there was no test given. You know, um, I and of course they can't produce anything if they never gave one. That was the reason why they developed this PEC thing. Say, oh well, subjectively, you know, and it also says that there's also a confirmation bias. I mean, with it being subjective and all, you know what I mean? That that they can say whatever they want. There's no objective, evidence there to there was nothing. They could not say I was deceptive or anything. There was no questions asked whatsoever. And this frustrates me because, I mean, this guy came out, went on YouTube's, went on. We're talking about the prosecutor. We're talking about somebody supposed to stick to some ethics here, man. And, oh, well, he failed miserably. So you're lying to the community. You're lying to everybody. You're lying. You're protecting your buddy, man. You know what I mean? You're doing everything you can to continue to control the narrative. You know what I mean?
Hmm.
And I heard you use the term one time. A narrative control campaign. I heard that on one of your shows, and absolutely, man, that's
Hmm.
all this case has been, all the way
That's all.
through.
All.
Yeah, that's it.
That's
I
all.
mean, and
Narrative control campaign 101. It's Delphi murders. Yeah, no, he's right. This prosecutor, remember after sentencing, post sentencing, when all of these assholes, right, made all the podcast rounds, like not only did they do that appalling post sentencing press conference in front of the cameras with little Kathy Shank in the background and Jerry Holman's not a liar. I'd walk over hot shards of glass and boo hoo hoo, the YouTubers are mean. Remember all of that? Not only did they do that, but then they went out one by one on all the podcasts to try to convince the public that the right thing was done. Shamelessly. Remember?
I mean, it's sick. I mean, it's sad, it's disgusting, like when I talked to Fox 59, I had a conversation with them, which was a news outlet, and I even asked him on there, man, like, dude, can you sleep at night? Can you look in the mirror, man? And this was the information that I left on the news outlet because I knew what happened. I knew I had nothing to worry about, and with me being a prisoner, with me being, ex, I mean, an ex addict, things like that, it's easy to have a narrative control, because that's all they have to say. It's like, oh, he's untrustworthy. He had dishonest crimes. He was an addict. He was this, he was that, and he failed miserably. Oh,
Hmm.
he had everybody by the testicles at that point. You know what I mean? And I mean, people. I mean, it's believable. And man, I'm telling you what, it pissed me off so bad, man, because I mean, it's sad. I'm sitting there thinking about this is a guy that's supposed to, you know what I mean? Like, dude, really wants to solve this crime, and
Supposed to
we're
be
not
getting
talking about
justice.
some.
Yeah.
Absolutely. We're not talking about a burglary somebody did. We're talking about two lives of two little girls, man. And dude, this dude is really just turning up, ramping up, man, to protect an individual. he is protecting. He wanted to protect the name of the Logans, man. And what it is, I don't know. I mean, I'm not. But what I do know is Logan was just dead set. He was like, man, look. He said, man, like he used the word family friend, long term friend, his friend. And it just, he was like, man, he had full confidence. He told me because look, when he started talking, when Ross started talking to me, McLean was not in office yet. He was coming into office, and he was like, man, like listen, if he gets into office, he's got me, man. He's got me. He's gonna, he's talking to his brother. He's talking to his, he's talking to the people in the same way. He promised me, man. He was like, man, I'm telling you, I'm gonna be good. And here's the thing. I'm telling these detectives in particular where evidence is at, because I was digging I was digging heavy and really hard, like trying to figure out where he told me where specific things were that these detectives, you know what I mean, and they did not obtain a search warrant to go look. I was paying attention. They already did the search warrant. You know what I mean? And I particularly told them where certain things were working. And you know what? Ron's sitting here telling me, like, if I get this modification, man, dude, I think I can go clean shit up. And I told the detectives that they did not obtain a search warrant after that point to go look into this information.
If I get out, if McClellan modifies me out, I can go dispose of the remaining evidence. Did you catch that? I can go clean shit up if I get modified out. And boom, gets modified out.
I knew Ron was telling me the truth. There was no disputing that. After that interview with the detectives, I knew it was true. I didn't know if it was true beforehand, but after I talked to the detectives, I knew it was true. I got the confirmation through them just by seeing how they acted and comparing it to the information Ron's giving me. And man, listen, it blew my mind, dude. I didn't know what to think, man. I thought, man, dude, this shit is like, you can't even make it up. This is like some movie shit. It don't make no sense. Detectives don't do that. And I thought, man, is it me? Am I crazy here? That's what I felt like. Like, nothing's making sense. Like, I've never seen anything like this in my life. You know what I mean? Like, dude, we're talking about children, man. And children, man. And we're talking about a gruesome, disgusting murder, man. And I'm like, why doesn't anybody care? What the hell is going on, man? And I knew absolutely, beyond shadow of doubt, this man was telling me the truth after a certain point, and it was blowing my mind, dude. I went in my cell and cried several times, man, because I thought, oh my God, not only I know this dude did this, but nobody's listening, and like nobody's listening. And it was blowing my mind, and I didn't know what to think. I thought, man, dude, it bothered me. It still does. It still bothers me, man, because you know what? I've never had a double back where people that really gave a shit came up here and talked to me again to give me another polygraph.
Yeah. Where's
Come in and give
FBI
me
here?
an actual polygraph by people that are impartial, and dude, I will take that. You know what I mean? And I wrote the Attorney General's office. Man, listen, I even wrote the head of the state police, the superintendent of the state police, as he's telling me this. No response. Talking about man, what's his name?
Carter. Carter.
Doug Carter, man. I wrote him 3 times, man, at his office, explaining to him, like, dude, please come up, please send somebody up here, man. Don't send these idiots who just came up here. I wrote them before they came up, and I wrote them after, and I had nobody come up, and after the conviction, Doug Carter gets on TV with Nick McClellan, and he's asked by the media, well, when they asked, well, why did you say that you believed that there was more than one subject to this? Do you still believe that? Oh, we don't believe that at this time. After I done, man, I'm like, oh my God, dude, what the hell is going on? I mean, dude, Doug Carter, man, I wrote him personally, several times, telling him, like, dude, like, please come up, please, please. I don't want nothing. Please come up, man, please. And man, this dude, he wouldn't respond. He would got on national TV with a straight face and sit there and said, man, like, oh, I don't believe at this time. I'm like, wow. I even wrote him about, Klein, and I thought, man, dude, I was just, man, listen, I mean, the only person I was able to get to really listen that knew I was telling the truth was Andy Baldwin, period. Period.
Goddamn shame.
And he knew because he knew the information other people didn't know.
Yeah.
And he knew. Listen, Andy Baldwin came in here crying, man, crying, tears running down his face, man, because he knew I was telling the truth. As soon as I told him and gave him this information, he started bawling. I've never seen an attorney bawl over a client before, but he started bawling, and it choked me up. It got me crying, with him, man. And I thought, oh my God, thank Jesus, man. Thank God somebody's listening, man. Thank God somebody finally believes me. But he knew stuff that other people didn't. And he was angry because that the information he wasn't able to get until after the trial. Then when he
Hmm.
finally hears it, he's like, "Oh my God, this is the link. This is what was needed.
Hello.
This is and dude, I love that man with all my heart, man. I
After
love that man.
trial, okay, for the special ones, after trial, Andy learns all this stuff. He's crying and he says, "Oh my God, this is the link." So who's the crazy one here?
And more than anything in this world. I
Well, he
mean, as
was.
far as you know, I mean, with somebody with real integrity, man. I love that
Hmm.
guy, man.
He was set on the wrong
And
path before trial, and not it got him it got him
absolutely,
handicapped, and now it's too late. Now we're looking at a whole different
absolutely,
path ahead.
absolutely. Yep.
Hey, my
And the
question,
only thing,
Ron Logan, did
yes,
he ever tell you
sir,
how he knew Nick McClellan? Beyond just that they're
man. You know
friends,
what?
did he ever go into detail about Nick McClellan?
He would not. He would not tell me, man. He did not tell me, and I've tried to hint, and it's like that. Sometimes when I let him talk, he was very loose and was not really tight on information at all. But when I started like digging into specifics, it's like I seen a leeriness, and I learned to let him talk. You know what I
Hmm.
mean? That's all
Hmm.
I could do is let him talk, and I tried to actually figure out like how he did know him because it made me curious, like especially after the interview because I thought, man, like why would a prosecutor put everything on the line? Why would he throw his career, his dignity, his everything? What prosecutor, somebody successful like that, would throw everything on the line for an individual, especially with something so? I mean, like, I mean, this is serious, man. And I thought, man, dude, that's I mean, listen, I don't
It's a
care how close
cover
I
up
am
of
to
epic
anybody. If
proportions.
they done that, man, I'm sorry, man. We ain't buddies anymore. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
And I'm
yeah.
sitting there thinking,
Heinous
man, this
murder
dude
of
is
two
throwing,
little girls.
yes, yes, man. Yes. It don't make sense, man. I couldn't understand it, and I still don't. I still don't. I really don't. I never will. I mean, it's it's serious, man. This is really serious. You know, And God willing, Richard Allen get out, man. But I'll tell you what, man, my heart's been set on them girls and the justice for them. I mean, and I know inherently, I know that Richard Allen is God willing. You know what I mean? That he's gonna get what he's gonna get. Hopefully, he's gonna get free. I really want that for that man more than anything because I understand his position, and I know he's in. I know he's innocent. Absolutely know he's innocent. 100%. I know he's. I do. I can't. I can't. I mean, there's nothing I could do to. You know what I mean? People believe what they want to believe, but I know. You know what I mean? Because I've looked in the eyes of people, man. That I know. I know he's innocent. But then again, I can't sleep until them girls get the justice. I want I want. I wanted Ron to go down, and I mean, even if it meant his death right afterwards, I wanted him to go down, for this shit. And Klein, it's the same thing. I mean, like, dude, I will never stop singing his name until this man gets charged. And if he don't, I still won't stop. You know what I mean? I just won't, man. Because this dude, I mean, and people's like, how do you know he's not lying? Trust me, man. I'm a man of good instincts, and this dude was not lying. There is no way that this dude sit here and told me things that were, bro. I mean, like, you don't understand. Like, just that there's no way, unless he was with Ron Logan, that he would have gave me the information he gave me. He I mean, he took those details. There were specific details that it just wasn't known stuff, man. And I knew absolutely when Keegan Klein was telling me that he was there. Now I knew he was not lying, and I knew off the bat. There was no question, and people's always asking, how do you know he wasn't getting attention? Man, listen, I can't. There's nothing I could do to compel anybody to believe what I know. But I could tell you one thing. He would not have knew the things that he knew. And I'm talking about very specifics, man. I'm not talking about just evidence that's out there on paper. I'm talking about there were specifics that signify right off the jump that I absolutely knew this dude wasn't lying. And it didn't take long for me to see, to know that, I mean, it was, I felt it in my spirit, man, and I knew by looking at him, and I just thought, man, dude, this is the biggest deja vu. This is the weirdest shit, and man, but you gotta, I mean, I'm at a place, I'm under protected custody. This is the highest protected custody in the state of Indiana. This is where they send people with a high profile protection, and I just happen to be in the dorm where they put these people, the highest state, and it just so happened I was in the dorm where both of them were. I mean, that's the only place they could have went, even coming at this facility, was in that specific dorm. And he approached me, about Ron. I mean, he approached me. He came to me asking me, because somebody told him I was friends with Ron when he was here. So his question was, when he comes up to me, he said, man, you knew Ron Logan? You were friends with Ron Logan? And I mean, I'm just kind of like, I really wasn't friends with Ron Logan, but I was like, yeah, I knew him well. He's like, oh, and he told me who he was. Well, the following day he comes up to me again. He said, has Ron Logan ever brought me up to you? I mean, has he ever brought my name up to you at all whatsoever? And I didn't answer. You know what I mean? I was like, well, man, I don't want to discuss what, I talked to with Ron. He's like, man, he did, didn't he? Okay, and I thought, man, that is the weirdest stuff. So I fixed him. I thought, okay, I was like, well, maybe. He's like, man, what did he tell you? What did he tell you? He kept pushing on me, man. I was like, man, like, I don't want to really get into that. And he was like, man, he was throwing it on me, wasn't he? I know he was. And that's kind of how it happened. I thought, okay, I'm going to see what this dude knows. I was like, well, maybe. And he was like, man, listen. He was like, man, and he wanted to tell me his version.
You have 1 minute remaining.
He didn't come out with everything. I mean, believe me, he didn't come out with everything at first, but little by little. Just like with Ron, he came, and once he seen me, he felt that some kind of comfort, you know what I mean, that I wasn't seeming like I was judging and stuff. Man, dude, the stuff that poured out of his mouth was just, it just blew me away, man. I mean, it was just, I thought, man, dude, this dude, he was who Ron was talking about. You know what I mean? When Ron, I just thought, man, this is the biggest deja vu I've ever seen in my life, man. And so, it's kind of, things came out, Now, you want me to call you back or?
Yeah. Call me back.
Okay, I can do that. Okay.
All right.
But there was a prosecutor in the film saying, lock him up, he's saying too damn much. I had the superintendent of the facility come to me and specifically, personally tell me hey, you really rattled some chains, man. You pissed some people off, man. In the court. He was like, I don't know the details, I don't know the specifics. He said, man, but he was like, man. I said, man, you can't keep me on lockup. He said, man, we kind of have to at this point. He said, I don't know what's going on, but he said things will get figured out. Just chill out.
Okay, what he's talking about there, I'm not sure why I cut it off. It's kind of cut off mid sentence. But what he was saying there as he got into that was that they put him in solitary, right? They put Ricci in solitary when he started talking to shut him up. And he's saying how the warden came over to him and said, "Look, just play it cool. I can't do anything about it. They told me to put you in lockup, whatever." Uh, but the feeling is that McClellan or Holman put him on, told him to go put him in fucking solitary when he started talking about this, and it was close to trial. Let me back that up like 30 seconds. Now that you know what the context is there.
Things came out.
Hmm.
You want me to call you back or
Yeah. Call
how
me
would you
back.
like to do this? Okay, I could do that. Okay.
All right.
All right, but there was a prosecutor in his feelings saying lock him up. He's saying too damn much. I had the superintendent of the facility come to me and specifically, personally tell me, hey, you really rattled some chains, man. You pissed some people off, man. In the court. He was like, I don't know the details, I don't know the specifics. He said, man, but he was like, man. I said, man, you can't keep me on lockup. He said, man, we kind of have to at this point. He said, I don't know what's going on, but he said things will get figured out. Just chill out. And I was in it for 3 months. Under
3 fucking months. 3 fucking months. So McClellan or Holman call the facility, tell the superintendent of the facility, go lock his ass up. So he's put away for 3 fucking months during this crucial time. No one sees anything wrong with that?
like restricted housing, man. No clothes, nothing, man. It was crazy, man. And it was all because that son of a gun, man, was in the feelings. He did not like the truth getting out in the media. And the sick thing is, dude, he knew everything I was saying was the truth. But that's when he had the opportunity to, which is really unprofessional, getting on people's YouTube and stuff, trying to, oh, well, he's not trustworthy. He's this, he's that. And I thought, man, for a prosecutor to get on YouTube to lie, and convince people, that I was untrustworthy, I failed miserably, I've done this, I've done that, and come to find out none of it was true. Nothing he's ever said was true. From my letters to him, asking him to hold on, please come and talk to me, because in the process of the trial going on, even before the trial, I was like, hold on, you got the wrong man. Just trust me. Please come and talk to me. He would not respond. He hid the letters. He wouldn't tell the defense about the letters. And finally, I mean, when the defense asked about the letters, I mean, as you probably already know, when the defense asked about the letters, he lied about the letters. The letters were never even written. That I was lying. Then come to find out when he filed a motion, and his back was again pushed to the corner. He's like, okay, I got a couple letters. He released 2 out of 3. Well, here's the problem, Prof. I didn't write him even 3. I wrote him 6 letters. Now listen, okay. Not only I wrote him 6 letters, but here was the thing. He was falsely given a false narrative. In each envelope, okay, there was 4 letters I wrote. Okay, or 4 envelopes, okay, altogether, but there were several letters in each envelope, man, because I was saving postage, right? Not only that, but there was letters from Keegan Klein, okay, in the envelopes.
Bruh.
Did y'all hear that? Did y'all hear that? Okay, did y'all hear that? Not only that, but there was letters from Keegan Klein in the envelopes. And just so happens that the letters that McClellan can't find, quote unquote, are the very same letters or envelopes that contain the letters from Keegan Klein. Now, what are the odds of that? What are the odds of that? Oh yeah. Well, you were able to dig up a couple of the letters that Ricci sent you that had nothing to do with Keegan Klein writing it down himself. Okay, but when he sends you Keegan's literal letters confessing to this shit and describing it, okay, those particular letters that contain Keegan's own handwriting, oh, you can't find those. Oh, we never got those. Sorry.
He never to this day released them letters that from Keegan Klein. As a matter of fact, when he released the letters to Andrew Baldwin, he said, I only got three. I don't know where the fourth one's at. You know what I mean? And it was
Hmm.
just a bunch of lies and bullshit, man. And not only that, and we're talking about the interview, the polygraph. When we're talking about that, oh well, we lost it. There's no. First, it was like, oh, there was no video, there was no this. Then it was recorded over. Then it was this. Not that anything to do with me. It's not because I'm full of shit. You know what I mean? I wasn't the one full of shit. I was the one telling the truth through the whole thing because you know what? That's how important this whole case was to me, man. But it was the man losing everything. It was the man putting things in his back pocket, man.
Hmm.
That's what the problem was this entire time, man. You know,
Great point, Reese. Listen, let me play that again for you. Listen closely to this because he makes an excellent point here, boy. Let me see if I can grab the right spot.
shit, man. And not only that, and we're talking about the interview, the polygraph. When we're talking about that, oh well, we lost it. There's no. First, it was like, oh, there was no video, there was no this. Then it was recorded over. Then it was this. Not that anything to do with me. It's not because I'm full of shit. You know what I mean? I wasn't the one full of shit. I was the one telling the truth through the whole thing because you know what? That's how important this whole case was to me, man. But it was the man losing everything. It was the man putting things in his back pocket, man.
Hmm.
That's what the problem was this entire time, man. And I mean, like, dude, like this. I mean, dude, I had crucial information for these detectives, man. If they listened to what I said, what this evidence was, you know what? They would have found it. And not only they would have found it, they could have came and prosecuted him. It was something significant enough. And I even told these detectives, if he gets out, he said he's going to go get it, and please go look. And I thought, okay, cool. They might go get a search warrant, or at least try to validate. Maybe, they didn't act like they were concerned. But, I thought maybe they'll at least go do their job and at least go get a search warrant and go validate. Man, they did not. I paid so much attention. They would not go get another search warrant. I knew for a fact where something was that would just, it would have been indisputable. There would
Hmm.
be nothing they could say at that point besides, oh my God, how would he know this, man? And then they could have came back to Ron Logan and said, okay, we'll take you up. Let's go ahead and have you go in and record him to hear what he's got to say. Nothing. Silence. Crickets, man. Crickets. Dude, I mean,
Hmm.
it's like crickets, man.
They don't want it
It was,
solved.
it
They
was,
don't want the truth. They don't want it solved.
no, they don't want the truth.
Uh, these letters
Attorney
from
General,
Keegan
everybody.
that you sent,
Yes.
what was in those
Yeah.
letters? Those were letters Keegan wrote. So what was in the letters that you
Man,
know? Hmm.
well, kind of give you the kind of the background. I mean, kind of where you could see what was going on. We was on a facility lockdown. Okay, there was something going on at the facility, so we was on lockdown. Okay, and I was, so he was writing me. This was around trial time. This is before, and he was writing me. I mean, just kind of making fun of Richard Allen. Really just kind of like making statements like, "Oh, better him than me," things in that nature. He was doing some drawings, some sick, weird drawings, man, making I can't really say. There's certain things there's certain
Sick,
things
weird
that
drawings. Hmm.
there's certain things that you got a hold of that I can't talk about yet for a certain reason. I was kind
Hmm.
of asked to be quiet on, but there's certain things that now, or because well here this was the thing when I went to that lockup when they put me under restricted housing unit here at the facility. There were still letters from Keegan Klein, and I told the defense. I explained, hey man, there's letters I can still access. I can't. There's a reason why I couldn't get a hold of them when the facility released my stuff back to me, and because in my drawings and stuff, I do art and stuff. I had letters hidden. Luckily, they were still in there. Okay,
Checkmate,
I
bitch.
released them. Okay, and I just released them here in December. There was the other ones, the ones that were not given to Nick McClellan. Okay, now there's specific things. I mean, there's things when Andy Baldwin was talking about the bombshell, that's kind of what he's referring to. There's just things that I mean they're going to come out. Maybe I talk to in person.
Bruh.
You know what I mean? I don't know how to, but there's things. There's things that are going to come out. You know what I mean? Still, and you know, let's just cross your fingers here, man. I
TikTok.
mean, there's just things that
TikTok. There's things going to come out.
but yeah, um, but it was just more of making fun of Richard Allen. Uh, there was things that he said in there that were. I mean, we'd have to speak on the side, bro. You know what I mean?
Hmm.
I mean, I don't want to, not like this, right? But I mean, I'll talk to you, right? You know, but I can't at this point. You'll understand.
And I do understand. Look, guys, I'm going to shut it down here because it's getting late. This went way longer than I thought. I thought we could get all the way through it. So this will be a two-parter. Um, this was part one. Then this was part one. This was Delphi. Why Ricci Davis matters. Part one. And he does matter because, as I mentioned, Ricci Davis almost single-handedly has solved this case. There's more that comes when he gets into the next part, which is Keegan Klein stuff. Remember, all you've heard up until this point was Ron Logan. The next topic is he gets into Keegan Klein. Everything that Keegan Klein said, the speculations, the facts, the confessions, the details, and the letters. And remember, Reese has notes. And this ain't over. So God bless Reese Davis, and God bless Abby and Libby. And Reese Davis does matter, and he's not a liar. Um, it's gotten late, and I apologize for that. And I want to thank everyone who was here. I mean, it's just been such a blessing to see all of my favorites here in the chat. You guys truly are the heart of Delphi. Uh, I appreciate you so much. This has been a very difficult go these past several years in this case, dealing with dozens of individuals who stalk, harass, uh, slander day in and day out. It's a very, very tough uh, role to fill, but I feel obligated to see this through. And remember, we are on the cusp of the release of the appellant's uh, reply. Okay. So it won't be long, just a matter of days before we get to get a little deeper insight into Rick Allen's appellate attorneys, and it's Stacey Juliana and Mark Lehman's uh, response to the state's very weak gaslighting response that they filed not too long ago. So it'll be very, 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 very interesting. We're going to get into that, but hopefully this weekend we'll do our part two of why Reese Davis matters, because this is very important for the community to understand, especially for newcomers. Okay, newcomers, you need to understand this information. You also need to understand the Franks memorandum, and you have to put it all together and then go back and look at all of the previous work we've done in my streams called the timeline. You know, the I don't know. I got a bunch of streams. I'm going to probably make a special playlist with the top 5 or so most important live streams so that newcomers can quickly get caught up to speed. But appreciate you all so much. Special thanks to Reese Davis for taking the time, the energy, and the money to give us this information. And there's more, but yeah. So we'll leave it at that. It's late. I hope everyone has a wonderful night and morning. And if you're on the replay, please leave comments down below. We love the comment section and to hear from you all regarding your thoughts on this. Okay. But this is absolutely sickening. Anyhow, I want to thank everyone who's here personally before we get out of here. So I'm going to do that, and then we'll be out of here, and we'll see you on episode number 2 where we finish this off. Okay. So a special shout out to Dennis McKean. Okay. Arthur Claremont. Oh Hey Christina. Okay. Our very special guest tonight, Dirty Diana. Okay. Trial Junkie, hey to you. It's a new day. What's up, sweetheart? Giuseppe, hello. Good to see you, Mustang. Anarch 00141, my brother. What's up, dude? All right. Say hello to the wife, please. Who else was here? Earlier, we had so many of my good friends like Sunflower Soul. I know Silenced Woman was here, a bunch of amazing people. Hello to all of you who were here super early and throughout the beginning of the show, and especially the people who sent tokens of appreciation or support or memberships and all that stuff, like MJ Lewis, uh, Rebecca Ann, Silence Woman, of course, It's a New Day, Gretchen, Artist Formerly Known, Dirty Diana, and all my amazing friends here. Thank you so much. Okay, and let's see who's here. Anyone jumping in to say goodnight? Oh, Matt Payton. What's up, Matt Payton? All right, Matt Payton's awesome. Thank you, Diana. All right. Oh, Carol. Hey, Carol. Thank you, Carol, for the nice words. We love you, Carol. All right, y'all. So look, we'll see you very soon. We'll do a part 2 of this and finish it out. Hey, Goose's Gammy. Thank you so much. Yeah, this is really heartbreaking. And it's really something else. But I'm exhausted, as some of you have pointed out in the chat. But good to see you all. Please do me a favor. I know my mod's probably gone for the night. It's her bedtime, but we got a Substack. I'd love for you to go subscribe to. Let me give you the you can click this link and go subscribe at my Substack, and you'll also read a little about Reese. But look, the Substack, you can join a free membership or paid, whatever. go subscribe at the Substack so you get my articles that highlight some of these things. Also, oh, what am I thinking? The Facebook page I wanted to mention. I got a Facebook page. Um, hey, Giuseppe. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. You see, let me see. That's a jazz and a P bass, a jazz and precision. I love those basses, especially love the precision for some reason. I got to tell you this, the precision bass feels so nice and buttery under the fingers. It's my favorite. I'm not going to lie. But I do love the deeper tones that I get out of the jazz bass is super awesome too, but it's a little less easy on the fingers. So, yeah. But yeah, thank you, Giuseppe. Um, Matter of fact, I skipped playing those basses tonight to be able to come on and talk with you guys. So hopefully tomorrow I get to play them some. And yeah, thanks everyone for being here. Appreciate you. And I'll see you next time. Have a good one.